Yeah. Well, I mean, you've seen this talk before.
Oh, it's the same one?
I got, that's up to you. I mean, I got spirited away. I haven't made any progress on this.
Okay, so do you want to borrow my tumbleweed slide?
Yeah. No, I'm just assuming that most people haven't seen it yet. But they are watching KDE crash.
Okay, maybe I'll go to the next door one if you don't need
But, I mean,
Is it useful?
it wouldn't hurt.
Okay, I'll stay.
Hey,
Because
hey,
there's
1,
a
2.
slide about locking you in a room and forcing you to do work.
Okay. Because I should definitely leave.
You have an advancer if you need it.
Okay.
Obviously, white box is try to stay within there if you want to be in the camera.
Oh,
shot.
awesome. Okay, I didn't realize that was for.
This
That's what
one's
that was
all-
for.
Yeah, you go as far
Okay.
that way. Headphone jack, obviously. And
Oh wow, and it is 10 o'clock. I need to get started because I keep going over time when I practice this.
Would you like me to intro again?
Sure, go ahead. Oops. Nah, I'm busy dropping stuff at the moment.
I think only on the back walls, because these walls are big walls, so they won't have power, so there's only going to be power back there. Or, yeah, not even there, that's a partition.
Hello, everyone. Welcome and good morning. We have Tim Flink here for the Using AI and ML to Process OpenQA Test Results workshop. So take it away.
I managed to break my slides in the last 10 minutes. I'm not really sure how. I hope this is not indicative of the rest of the presentation. I'm just, yeah, hopefully not breaking it directly, but we'll see. We'll see. My name's Tim, and I'm going to be talking about something we've been working on, or something I've been working on for a while, which is using some AML techniques to process test results from OpenQA. Please work. Yeah, this is going real well. All right, so in terms of indications of how this is going to go, all right, let's hope this is the end. All right, so what I'm looking to do is do a bit of introduction of what the situation is around how this got started. Talk about could this actually work? Could it be practical? And leave some end, hopefully at the end, for questions. So as a bit of introduction, OpenQA. OpenQA is a system that was created and still maintained by the SUSE folks, but Fedora has come to rely very heavily on it. And we also participate upstream. OpenQA is a system that is primarily based on computer vision. So there are other things it can do, but the real core work loop that it does is it looks for a little image in a big image and makes decisions based on whether it does or doesn't find that image. As an example, this could be a kind of test step where, if you find Firefox logo, move the mouse to where you found it and simulate a click event. These kind of test steps are the basis upon which most OpenQA tests are built. Because this is a more visual system, the results it comes up with are a little different than what other test systems can come up with. Of course, it's going to have status, did it pass, did it fail, logs from both the test running and the system under test. But then we get into some of the more interesting parts. So it will, every time it makes one of those comparisons, like the last slide where it says, if you find the Firefox logo, move the mouse to it, it will take a screenshot and record that screenshot. So you have screenshots of the graphical output of the system under test every time a comparison is made. And you have a sequence of screenshots that really represent the whole test and everything that has happened during that test. There's also a video of the test process. Because these are all virtual machines, it will create a video from the moment the virtual machine, that's the test machine is turned on to when it's turned off. But for what I'm talking about today, I'm most interested in these screenshots. So classifier, when I say classifier, it's pretty much what it sounds like. Given an input, what does it belong to? Very similar to the idea of a CAPTCHA, where you are trying to classify these little images as, does it have a crosswalk, does it not have a crosswalk? And that's a very good example and something I imagine we've all seen of a binary image classifier. So getting more into the problem we're trying to solve is Fedora's OpenQA runs a lot of jobs. The last I had looked, we were running about 1,700 per day, and the failures from those jobs, all that triage is done by 2 people, both of whom have plenty of other things to be doing. And the premise going into this is if we can make this triage more efficient, if we can get machines to help lighten that load, those people have more time to do other things that aren't just stare at OpenQA failures for a good chunk of their day.
How many failures per day is that average, or?
That's the number of jobs per day. I want to say, it really depends on if something, the question was how many failures per day, was basically how many failures per day. Adam, do you have a better answer to that than I do? I was, on average, I think what I was seeing was 20 to 30 a day.
But not new failures. New failures per day average is 1 or 2, but it's a very bumpy average.
And just repeating what it said for the folks who are watching, the person doing most of the triage said that new failures, 1 to 2 per day, but it is not a smooth average. There are a lot of spikes. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Okay. But yeah, the idea is really there are only so many atoms, and by making his job more efficient, he can do more things. So putting it into a single sentence, the problem statement is really, can we use AML techniques in an automated system to reduce the load on the people who are doing the OpenQA triage work? And the first part of this is, could this possibly work? We kind of stumbled into an opportunity about 2 years ago. There was an issue in our OpenQA instance that was causing tests to fail. The failure, while you can make an argument that all test failures are relevant, it was not relevant to the things we were trying to test at the time, and was causing problems. It was a weird failure in that it was some interaction that we never figured out between X and Firefox, where Firefox would just die in the middle of things, and all the visual comparisons would break. It wouldn't make it, there were no log messages in textual format. The only indication was that you would be dumped to a terminal, and there was a graphical message. There was text on the screen, but it didn't show up in any logs. It only showed up in the graphical output. And the triage, basically what we were doing was multiple times a day, Adam was going through and finding these jobs that had failed due to the single root cause and rescheduling them until they either passed or failed to a different, more relevant issue. And so I say this is stumbled into it. It is a situation where we were able to do a cheap experiment because it's biased towards visual information. And the most expensive part of any machine learning experiment is getting your data together and getting your data set. So because people were going through and doing the triage work, they had already done the work I would need experts for. If they rescheduled something, well, it was in the reschedule class. If they didn't reschedule it, it was not reschedule class. So basically had a data set for this experiment that was incredibly cheap. There's a valid question of whether it's safe to assume that all jobs rescheduled or all failures that were rescheduled were because of this. I'd argue that it was good enough for what we're trying to do. The way that updates work in Fedora is in order to go from updates testing to stable, either all the tests have to pass or you have to do it manually. Because things were being triaged multiple times a day and pushing and waiving tests is kind of a pain. And most packagers aren't going to say, oh, they're a failed test, I don't care, I'm going to push it anyway. That's not a common thought process. I think it's a pretty safe assumption for what we were doing, which is, looking for the simplest possible experiment to answer the question of, could this work? This is still true, but definitely at the time, there wasn't much research, there wasn't much talked about using visual information to classify test results. So it was an open question of, is this possible? Is there enough information in these OpenQA screenshots to even do the triage that we want to do? And if the simple experiment can't work with a data set that's basically dumped in our laps, it's probably not worth the effort and expense to make this a bigger, more practical experiment and spend the money on creating that data set. The idea was to we have our data set of failures that were rescheduled, weren't rescheduled. We're trying to classify the failed jobs like going in. So we have, okay, these are failures. I want the classifier to determine whether this needs to be rescheduled or not with just the screenshots. Keeping the theme of simplicity, just went with a very simple model trained from scratch just to, again, keep it simple. The big variable was the size of images. One type of input, I did 2 experiments, one with images that were twice the size. So in terms of results, this actually did a lot better than I thought it was going to. Given the simplicity of the experiment, I would have been happy with 80% accuracy. But this got over 90% accuracy. The recall isn't quite as high as I would have liked, but like I said, for an experiment that was meant to show, could this work? I think these are promising. I think the big thing of note is that the results, like the green is the single resolution size images, the red is the double resolution images. So there is a slight increase in performance, but if you look at the runtime, we went from 18 minutes to run the experiment to an hour and a half. So with that slight increase in performance came a hefty cost in computation time. For this use case, I'd argue it's worth it. Because if this was going to be something in production, we wouldn't be training every day or every hour or that kind of stuff. We'd be training at most once a week, once every couple of weeks. And if I can spend an extra hour in computer time to be more accurate in, or to be able to rely on these results of do you need to actually look at those failures, I think that in this particular situation, that's a good enough trade-off to do. You have a question?
For the 90% accuracy, does that mean it's letting through results that failed, which it should, or is it just giving you 10% that you still have to? Does that make sense?
So the question was, with 90% accuracy, does that mean it is letting through that 10%? It means accuracy is a combination. So, precision is when I always get precision and recall mixed up. One of them is false negatives, one of them is false positives. Accuracy is a combination of either it classified something as rescheduled that didn't need to be rescheduled, and things that it didn't classify as rescheduled but should have been. In this case, okay, now, sorry, I swear every time I do this, I have to go look up the difference between precision and recall to remember which one's which. Precision is high precision means you are not, now you've caught me. Now I'm questioning myself. I want high recall. Basically is what from this is what I had thought of this, which is why I want the recall to be higher, because if there's high recall, it means you're not missing anything. You might be rescheduling jobs that don't need to be rescheduled, but for this use case, I don't care. I'm trying to minimize human time. But yeah, the accuracy is a combination of that. The precision is if it's, I just remember I wanted high recall, and now I'm sitting here and I'm forgetting the terms. I'm sorry.
Is that a multi-class data set? Obviously, you have the outputs of the SK or whatever classification for each class precision recall and F1
The question was about the data set. It is it's just two classes.
Just two classes.
So it's a binary classifier.
I had a problem. I did this recently, and what I had to do to make this work was I had to make a custom learning rate scheduler to make it speed up and slow down the learning dynamically by target from the feedback of each iteration of the training, and it worked a lot. It helped out a lot. It was a good technique.
Okay. And he was talking about an experience he had with changing some of the details of how an experiment worked.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to summarize for the microphone. But I am, this presentation is really tight on time as I went, so if there are no more questions, I want to keep going to make sure I don't run out of time too badly. Excuse me. This is just looking at, there was a lot of computer time between the two experiments. It was 570 hours of running on machines with GPUs. Like I said, I think these results were good. Could they have been, could I improve these, with more iteration, with more tweaking, with, using, more advanced techniques that aren't 10, 20 years old? Probably, but it's not worth it for this particular experiment. The way I like to, think of it is getting back to the CAPTCHA example. Pretend for a second you could train a bird to solve a CAPTCHA, and you spend all these months to get it to work on the crosswalk CAPTCHA, and it can, it's perfect on, it identifies this is a crosswalk, this is not a crosswalk, and it's working great. And then you get the next CAPTCHA that's trying to find a bus. Well, now what do? Start over and spend the next couple of months retraining the same bird or finding another bird to train to deal with buses? And it kind of gets back to the purpose of this. While it's promising, this was never meant to be practical. It was really meant to take a cheap data set and answer the question of, is this worth more research? And I think that was a yes. So we move on to phase 2, from could this work to could this actually work in a useful way and be practical? So the problem statement for phase 2 is, can we actually cluster OpenQA failures by root cause? When I say that, the idea is, looking at all the failures and giving some indication of, hey, these 5 failures are probably the same root cause. These other 2 are probably the same cause. And what we get out of doing that is that the people going to triage these don't have to say, go into 5 different things with fresh eyes, trying to figure out if they're even the same. They might only have to triage 1 of the 5, or they have 5 examples to, get information that they use to figure out what the actual root cause was. On top of that, it could be a rough metric. If you start getting huge failure clusters after, there's a systemd update, it's a good indication that something has gone horribly wrong on top of, probably large numbers of failures. And for phase 2, not limiting to just the screenshots. Again, the phase 1 was, could this be useful? Phase 2 is, could this actually work? Now we're trying to make it useful, and let's not, handicap the thing any more than we need to. Again, there's not been a ton of research out there on using visual information to classify test results. There has been some, most of it's in the mobile space. There is a paper that was put out in 2021. Interestingly enough, it came out of RIT. That was about combining visual and textual information. It was videos of people testing a mobile app and logs, and they came up with a system to then find the duplicate failures of all of those submitted videos and logs. It's not quite what I'm looking to do, but it's close enough that I'm looking at it as a place to get started. But then we start getting into data. So instead of 2 weeks of data that I did for phase 1, I'm looking at 3 months of data. So over 150,000 jobs, over a terabyte of raw data, and now we get to the expensive part, which is processing. In order to train and get machine learning to work, you have to have input for it to learn on. And in general, that's going to be stuff that is classified and processed by humans. Traditionally, that all needs to be done up front. So you need to have all your data processed, you need to have all of your examples before you start the training process, and every time you do the training process, it forgets everything it's ever done and starts over from scratch. For that, we need hundreds of examples at a minimum to actually have a chance of getting a model that could do something. And we could do human experts to do this, but as I've mentioned, one of the problems is we don't have many human experts. In fact, we have 2 of them. And I've been told by good sources that human experts don't react well if you lock them in a room and force them to classify job results for a day or 2. I haven't experimented on this yet to figure out if that's actually the case, but I have it on good authority that may not end well for me. So another part of this that we're looking into, or that I'm going to do, is iterative learning, which is a modification of the traditional machine learning process, where instead of needing all of your data up front and forgetting everything every time you restart the training, you do training in a iterative process. So you get a few examples and then have it start producing classification results. And it's probably not going to be good to start with, but then instead of locking someone in a room and forcing them to do all the classification work, maybe every day, every week, you give them 10 more, and they can say, okay, this is a good answer, this is a bad answer, this is a good answer, this is a bad answer. And that information is fed back into the training process, and because the training is iterative, you can get hopefully the same results, same type of results had you locked someone in a room and forced them to do all the classification work, but it's done more over time. Like I said, one of the big advantages of this is, I don't have a citation for this, but I claim that 9 out of 10 experts prefer not being locked into rooms and forced to work. But the other big advantage I see coming from this is that it will adapt to changes better. So if we get all of our data from one point in time, that's going to encompass a certain number of failures. If this works, if this starts becoming useful, I expect it to have some troubles over time as things change. By having an iterative training process, we can keep up with that change without having to worry about, again, starting over and getting a whole bunch of new data and a whole bunch of new training. So phase 2, and this is more general, use more data, and to use the iterative training to keep things relevant, to keep performance up, and not have Adam try to kill me. And that's basically where we are. This is it's just starting phase 2, and hopefully next block I will have data from that instead of, hey, this is kind of what worked, and this is where we're going. Any questions?
I looked it up. Perfect precision means no false positives. Perfect recall means no false negatives. That's not a question, but I do have a question, which is, as you said there wasn't much published research on this particular thing. Mm-hmm. Have you considered finding someone like Red Hat's collaboratory with Boston University, or someone who would be interested in making a paper out of this as part of the project?
The question was, I suppose you have the microphone, I may not need to repeat it, was whether I'd looked at having this published. Yes. When I did my graduate work, my advisor was not interested in it because it was software engineering and he was a computer scientist. One of the people on my committee was interested, but I wanted to finish. I don't know if phase 1 is enough to publish on its own, kind of waiting for phase 2. So yes, but not actively yet. I've been kind of waiting for it to finish more. Next question?
I know about a solution called Report Portal. I think you are aware also. It has the labeling capacity of the failures in 3 buckets. Like if it is an automation failure, or it is a product failure, or there is 3rd category as well. So how this classification will be different from that classification?
Are you talking about the TFA stuff?
Mm-hmm.
It depends on which way you want. I can answer this in a couple of different ways. That is a different, they're both machine learning. That works all off of text information. And like you had said, that puts the goal of that particular project is to put things into 3 buckets. They want to know whether it is an actual failure. I think the primary thing is this an actual failure, or is this the system screwed up and, you know, a sysadmin or someone who's doing, you know, needs to look at it instead of a genuine test failure. The phase 2 of this, I'm looking to cluster failures by their failure type. So instead of just saying, I mean, part of it could be, you know, is it the automation system? Is it the genuine test failure? But the more important thing I'm looking for is I want a group of things that are related. So it is doing a classification problem, but instead of trying to figure out, you know, whether it's an automation failure or not, it's trying to find things that are related. And I am out of time. If you have questions, please let me know. I'm happy to talk about this.
Thank you, Tim, for that great workshop. Coming up next, we have Fedora infrastructure overview. We'll be setting up momentarily. Stay tuned. Coming up momentarily will be Fedora Infrastructure Overview with Michael.
Should I start? Or wait a minute?
It's up to you. Maybe you can start now or later.
Okay, so let me start. Okay, so welcome everyone. I'm Michal Konečný. I'm team lead of Infra and Relaunch team, which is infrastructure relaunch engineering. You can see my mail on the slides, my matrix username on the slides. And I will go with you through Fedora infrastructure overview. It will be about what we actually do, what we did, and what we plan to do, and some other info about the team. So first, we will go through the who is actually part of the Fedora infrastructure. This is not the whole list. These are only the people from sysadmin main group, the people who actually have most of the privileges in Fedora Infra. Somebody new actually was added during the time from the time I actually created the slides. So there is another one. And there are a few people that actually aren't active anymore, but they are still in the group, so we need to probably do some cleaning. This is being done by Kevin right now. He is the first one. And he sent mail to all the sysadmin main if they want to stay on the group or not. And there are plenty of others that are actually helping with managing the apps, with maintaining them, with helping with setup of the projects. We have plenty of projects that we just host, so they are people who are maintaining that. So plenty of things to do. So which will bring me to what we are actually doing. So you can see that this one isn't what we're actually doing. We aren't usually the ones who are going to the data center. There are exceptions, but most of the time we actually just call people who are on site and just doing the work in the data centers. But we are taking care for the hardware to actually work and actually making a request if anything doesn't working. Right now I think we have 2 or 3 machines that have some issues with hardware, either disk, RAMs. In one case, I think it was RAID unit, or PSU, plenty of issues. So yeah, that is one of the things we do. Other thing what we do is maintaining plenty of code we have. There are around, I think, 100 applications or services that we are running. Not everything is what we maintain, but plenty of them is something we actually trying to take care of, which is a really big task, and without the help of plenty of other people, we wouldn't be able. Your main priority in this case are the applications that are critical for Fedora, so the building pipeline and the websites in some cases, and mirroring, so on. So what people need to actually update Fedora, install Fedora, and release a new version of Fedora. Next thing we do is trying to keeping the servers updated and backed up. So this is not your case. We actually have the backups on a different machine than the server itself. But yeah, it's something we take care of. Your backups are really big at the time. We backing up all the databases we are running and all the services we are trying to have backups, or your Ansible inventory as well. So that is another thing we are taking care of, actually getting everything deployable and redeployable. So if something crashes, we can actually did it again. It doesn't work every time, but yeah, it should work. Next thing we do is we are helping with deployment of new apps. It's either your new project or somebody in Fedora needs deployed their project in Fedora Infra. So we are helping with that. As you see, 60% of the time deployments work all the time. So that happens. Next thing we do as a part of Fedora infrastructure is taking care of the GDPR request and the request for account deletion, getting account information, and so on. There aren't much of those, but they are, so we need to take care of that. It's required by law. And yeah, we have tools for that, so we even have documentation, what you need to do to be able to do that, but you need the permissions. You need to have access to the account system to actually do it. And we are fighting with spam. There is plenty of spam. We are not taking care of spam in Discourse, for example, or Ask Fedora is the second one. And if there is anything in other services, but we are blocking the account that actually did it in account service. But we are taking care of any spam that is in Pagure or in mailing list. So, yeah, there are plenty of spam. Spam. Spam a lot, yeah. Okay, where you can find us actually. So we have matrix rooms, 3 rooms that are actually Fedora infrastructure specific. There is Fedora Networks Operation Center. This is showing the alerts and problems that are in the infrastructure. We are using it to actually solve the problem, or we discuss it in Fedora infrastructure team. That is, if you want to reach us, the Fedora infrastructure team is actually the channel you should go to, because the Fedora Networks Operations Center has plenty of alerts. The pings or the questions could actually be just forgotten and hidden in the amount of the announcements. The last one is the Fedora apps. We are using this for maintaining of your apps. So if you have any questions on anything about the apps itself we are maintaining, ask here. It's I'm there as well for the releasemonitoring.org, because that is part of what we are taking care of. So you can even ask for that. But everything that is fedoraproject.org, you can ask there, and you will either be redirected to team that is doing that, or we will help you. Next thing is the documentation. I actually have it open here. Oh, that doesn't show up. Oh, let me try it. If I can just show it on the correct page. No. Oh. I'm not sure how to actually move it to second monitor. Be honest. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's here. So this is the documentation. It's docs.fedoraproject.org. All the links are actually in the slides, so the slides are on the schedule. So if you want to look at those, they are there. This is your official documentation. It's with release engineering together. You can find there things about your team, like what to do when working, how to join, what are actually the critical services. There is even a map you can go through. Should be up to date, hopefully. There is things about the community shift. That is one of the things we actually have. It's for if you have anything for Fedora that you actually want to deploy, but it's not yet ready for deployment in actual infrastructure, or it's just something that should help, or you want to test something, you can request a new namespace for community shift here, and you will have your OpenShift space that you can use. and just try deploy your application, and then we can move it to the OpenShift that we are using in Fedora Infra. There is developer guide. If you are developing anything for Fedora infrastructure, I'm not sure if it's up to date, but yeah, it's something you can look at. And the last thing is sysadmin guide. We here have all the SOPs, the standard operation procedures, which are saying what to do when the issue with some service actually happens, and some how-tos. These are just a small guides. Okay, let me go back to the actual talk. Okay, so next ones, we have issue trackers. We have plenty of issue trackers. Let me just. Okay, so first one, this is the main one. If you fill the issue here, we will get to it. We will try to get to it as fast as possible. This is one of the trackers that is critical for us, and if anything critical is happening, you can either use this on Matrix in any of the channel I said earlier. Just they do exclamation mark on call, and it will call the anybody who is on call at the time. Next one, we have all the applications for the Fedora Infra. As you can see, there is 118 repositories. Do I see it right? So yeah, that is what we are trying to manage, and not all of that is actually managed only by us, but plenty of that is. Next one is the Pagure Fedora Infra Group. There isn't much on that, but still we have few of them. And the last one is Fedora Infrastructure on GitLab. We don't have actually anything there. What you can see is actually mirrored from Pagure, so it's not that we use it for anything right now. Okay, and the last thing are the weekly meetings. We have weekly meetings each Thursday at 16:00 UTC on Matrix Fedora Meeting 3 channel. We have daily stand-ups. I forgot to actually add them here. The daily stand-ups are happening. There are two. One is in UZone, 10:30 UTC, and the second one is in US zone. I think it's 1800. And this is happening. The daily stand-ups are happening from Monday to Thursday. You can join and just ask your question. We will be there and can answer. And okay, so now what we actually did. So I have here only the few last quarters. I don't have all the history that we did because I didn't think that would be much interesting. So few things we did in Q3 2023. There is always some release of Fedora in each quarter, either beta or the main release. I have here some small statistic how many tickets are actually were closed on the Fedora Infra repo at the quarter. So you can see that in this quarter it was 137. At that time we created the Flask IDC 200. It was a rewrite of the old one we used because that didn't supported some of the things we needed. So this was very helpful. And we retired the ambassadors app, which wasn't used that much and didn't work as well. In Q4, we finished Pagure to GitLab importer tool. Not sure if anybody here actually used it. It's helping with moving the Pagure project to GitLab. It's easy to move the code, but if you want to move the issues and so on, it's actually a tool for that. And DigiCert code signing alternative. We needed to actually have alternative for DigiCert signing. And yeah, we did it. And Fedora 39 release and 123 tickets closed. Okay, so Q1 2024, Matrix native Zotbot. I hope that you are using it if you are in any channel that actually has the Zotbot in. Ryan Large actually did plenty of work on it, and he is still trying to improve it. So yeah, it's usable, it's really helpful. Fedora 40 beta release and 144 tickets. At Q2, this was actually just before this one, we did the update of kernel test app. There was the guys from kernel team actually wanted to help this. It was still running on RHEL 7, so it was part of the RHEL 7 end of life initiative. And the kernel test was moved to RHEL 9, and there were some improvements. So it is working there. RHEL 7 end of life. We moved most of your machine for RHEL 7. There are few that we still working on. The most work was done on the PDC that is being decommissioned. It's actually finished. I have it in future, but it was finished last week, so this is why it isn't in the talk yet. And the big one as well was to move Mailman, because that was a lot of effort from plenty of folks that work on that. Upgrade of the wiki, Fedora 40 release, and 150 tickets closed. As you can see, the amount of tickets is fluctuating about 140, but yeah. And here is the present, the PDC retirement. This is actually done right now. We still trying to fix remaining issues, but yeah, we are getting there. And we are working on webhook to Fedora messaging, which will be a replacement for GitHub to FedMessage. It will allow us to actually make it more general, so you can not just support GitHub, but support anything that allows you to use webhooks. So GitLab as well. I'm not sure what else we can use it. Maybe for the future GitForge, we will see. But yeah, this is being worked on, and it will help us as well, because the GitHub to FedMessage is actually using FedMessage, which is deprecated, and we don't want people to use it. And it's RHEL 7 still. So, and we are working on the GitForge evaluation. We are trying to actually look at the options for the new GitForge for this Git, and trying to look at what we can actually do, and if we, what are the options and what it can do for us. RHEL 9 adoption, we still have plenty of machines running on RHEL 8, and with the RHEL 10 actually around the corner, we should probably move at least to RHEL 9. We are working on create a monitoring tool for RabbitMQ certificates. RabbitMQ is used for your messaging system, and there was issues in the past that the applications didn't has expired certificates, but nobody knew about this, and they didn't send messages. And people were complaining that they didn't get messages, and we found about some looking that the certificate is actually expired, and we need to do a new one, which we need to actually deliver to the service, so people could use that. And we would like to move from IP tables to firewall-D. We still have plenty of IP tables rule, and the firewall-D would be actually better. We hope it will not look like that, because that is not a great firewall. It looks like a Windows firewall. And future, we will know that the GitForge migration happens. We don't know when, but we will know that it will happen. And another thing is the Bugzilla migration, because the Bugzilla is currently unmaintained, and we want to, maybe this will be actually one work together, because it would be probably easier to use issues directly on the packages than just have backtracker side of them. So we will getting to how the people can actually help. We have the Fedora Infra Apprentices program, so if you just want to be around and look at things, help us in any way, you can just enroll in that. You will get read-only access to most of the machine, so you can debug the issues. You can't change anything, but you can create a pull request to your Ansible repository, and we can merge the changes, deploy them, and you can try it if that helped. So yeah, even the troubleshooting is helping a lot. You can always help with the documentation or the applications. We have plenty of those, plenty to choose from. And we are always looking for new folks that could help. And every time on a Fedora Weekly meeting, if we see somebody new, it's actually nice that somebody new is interested in what we are doing and trying to help. Even running the meeting or chairing the meeting is help in some case, or running the on-call. And that is all from me, so I will get to the questions. Okay, do we have any questions? Yeah, I can see.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. I just got one question, which might be a little bit obvious, but anyway. You mentioned migrating off to Bugzilla. Off to what? Jira, or what do you want to use? Please don't tell me Jira.
We don't actually know yet, because that isn't decided. We just know that Bugzilla is actually unmaintained, and we should move from it. Not sure. Maybe plenty of folks didn't notice, but the Red Hat itself is the RHEL is actually not on the Bugzilla anymore. They are using Jira. We don't want to use Jira because that wouldn't be helpful really. But we would like to use the issues on the new GitForge dist-git, because that would help us. It would be, the issues will be directly on the packages. There could be some master package or something that will just have all the issues that we don't know where it will go. So yeah, we would like to use that, but we don't know yet. It's not on us to decide. We will be just the ones who will work on it.
So you noted that there's over 100 applications and services that the team maintains one way or another. And combining the GitHub repositories with the Pagure repositories, we have roughly 200 that we know of, that we also maintain and are active in and keep going. How do we know what is an actual critical service that we're doing and maintaining versus a helpful or sunsetting type of service? How do we know that?
Okay, so I actually shared it here. Okay, here it is. I actually created this map of critical services, and we actually consider critical everything that could affect release or update of Fedora, or anything that is actually critical for users or packagers. If it's just, let's say, some web page doesn't load, it's not critical. The critical thing is that if the Koji doesn't run and doesn't build new packages, if the mirroring doesn't work and you can't actually download, mirror your repositories, or the body doesn't work and you can't actually submit new updates. I'm not sure if...
So would it be fair to say that criticality is somewhat defined by the operating system artifact creation and how that flow works?
Yeah, in some cases, I would say more that the criticality is actually on how much people it affected if it's not working. Okay, any other question? Oh, there is one.
I believe we're out of time.
Oh, we are out of time. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So if you have any question, reach to me. I will be here.
Thank you, Michael, for that workshop. All right, next up we have, coming up at the 11 o'clock hour, a talk by Daniel for ebpf-sig. Stay tuned.
Yes, pick up the laptop because it's about to run out of battery, so that would be a good thing.
I think there might be power to plug in downstairs if you have a power kit.
Yeah.
Try that one. Hope it works. Did last time. So.
Okay, let's do it like that so I can plug the HDMI later on. No.
How about this one? Does that reach? Or?
Yeah, I think so. Give me a second.
Ooh, that might not be good. So I don't know. Let me try it.
Did it blink? Yeah.
Yeah.
Fine.
All right, so this is the visible region, so if
Okay.
you walk outside, you're going to be able to see.
Is that for like what's that for? Or do I need it?
Oh, it's for the clicker?
Yeah, you just need to, yeah, it would be, if I can do it, so that'd be really great. I just need to find my HDMI here or here. Okay. Sorry on that.
And you know how to use these, or you?
Yeah, it's just like,
Okay, I just turned it
I
on.
think so, like, it's like,
Yeah, there's a laser, so you press the green button.
okay. Oh, it was off, yeah, I just saw it.
Oh, yeah.
Just let me get the display right. Second is that one. Where is this? Okay, to the right.
Also be a little careful, the ledge is kind of weird.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for that. Okay. Give me a second. Where is this? Here. This is gone. Okay, this is right. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit to go. Thank you. Yep. Okay.
I'll go in. Hi, everyone. Thank you all for coming. And the next workshop, or the next talk we have here is Orchestrating ebpf programs in Fedora and Kubernetes by Daniel. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, thank you everybody for coming here. My name is Daniel Mellado. I'm a principal software engineer working on OpenQA flexibility as well as emerging technologies /Fedora in Red Hat. Just wanted to speak a little bit with you about like a new project that we have been kicking up called BPF-man, and how we integrate that into Fedora. So first of all, what is eBPF? There's been a lot of a hype with that. So it's like cloud in the back in the days. So everybody said, hey, cloud, everything should be cloud native. Now it's eBPF. So what this is a thing. So eBPF stands for Extended Berkeley Packet Filter. It's been around since Linux kernel 4 something, so it's nothing new. Funny thing, this was originally intended to be the new backend for TCP dump, and it evolved like basically a lot. How does this work? Like, what is it used for? So basically, this allows you to run what is called a VM or sandbox in the kernel, and you can run things over there which would be just so much faster. This has been really meant to be used slightly by mainly networking, observability, and so on. So you can see how this could work. So what do we have over here? So how the hell do I create a new eBPF program? So if I'm a developer, I can just go and create my eBPF program in C or whatsoever, and then we need to convert that to compile that using LLVM. That would generate a compiled eBPF program. And what happens over here is that we got 3 main components that you need to be aware of. So the first of all, eBPF programs are event-driven. So basically, they react on things that happens on the machine. So for instance, in the most basic use case, let's assume that you want a packet to be around and do something. So you would need a hook that would get attached to some, packet is received filter. And it will react. Then, once that we got a hook, you load it using any of the available eBPF libraries, such as libbpf, AYA, in Rust, or whatsoever. And then what happens is that once that this eBPF code is working based on the hook, it would trigger this helper. A helper function is a subset of limited things that it could do, for instance, forward packets or do whatsoever. And at the same of loading, it also goes through a thing called a verifier. A verifier makes sure that the eBPF program runs to an end, that there's no weird loops or something like that. But usually people don't interact with eBPF code as such level, but rather use a much more complex tooling such as Cilium. Everybody knows about Cilium these days, and CNI, and also like Pixie and so forth for observability. So what I want to make sure here is that you understand the workflow. So over the kernel space, we go and we attach to an eBPF hook. It gets over there. We also have a thing called a map. A map is a memory structure that is used to basically share data in between user space and kernel space. And once it gets deployed, it goes through the verifier, and magic, it works. That's TLDR. Then comes Fedora and the ebpf-sig group. So late 2023, we created a new SIG group, so a special interest group for working with Fedora. We are a matrix, so feel free to join us and so forth. And we identified BPF-man as the first project to work into, because this was basically like solving certain use cases that we would need for to use in BPF that wasn't working out of the blue. eBPF manager, what happens? So suddenly we got a lot of different eBPF applications. You can use Cilium, you can use Pixie, Escape Armor. There's also network observability. But how can I make sure that they all work at the same time? So there's a lot of different components that could go over there. And just think about what would happen if you want to run an eBPF application that would get a hook of a specific network interface. What would happen if I got a new one that would just try to do so? It just wouldn't work. Same for security. I was speaking about the verifier, but so far there's no, there's some working under the hood to basically sign a BPF program, but so far you are not able to verify that those programs aren't messed in between. So if you download something, okay, let's use this, it may be also tweaked, and there's no, the second thing is also security. Most of these programs, they run as root, and so far the kernel doesn't provide you to a proper separation with the kernel authority. We got kernel capabilities for sure and so forth, but so far, cap BPF, if you go into the code, it maps to cap root, so it's basically not doing anything. Also, what I was saying, there are some hooks that may try to get the same interface, and then boom. Even if we fix that, we're trying to use an RBAC, yes, it'll be just a mess. So there goes BPF-man. This is our super fancy logo. We'll be speaking with the Fedora team to change it probably, but anyway. And this is an open source project that was first started by the Emerging Technologies Group. It's an open source, and it has been part of the CNCF since June 2024. It's a sandboxed project, so it's open source, so free, come try, contribute. And this basically allows you to load and to do a lot of different things from BPF. So I'm not sure if anybody is aware of BPF Top, which was just released by Netflix not too long ago. It's just top of our BPF. We also support that, and you don't have to install any additional programs. So let's assume that I just want to load something. Hey, BPF, please deploy this traffic control over there and do the network. It'll just do the loading for you, create everything, and you'll be happy, and you wouldn't have to go through all this stuff. It integrates with Kubernetes. That's also a new hype, but it's super fancy and super cool. I got a demo if I have the time. But basically, you could use every filter in Kubernetes. You could say, OK, I want to deploy my specific eBPF program into this node and apply this label and do whatever you like to into Kubernetes. And so we have an operator, which is written in Go, that handles everything with you. The second thing is that also it works with OCI registries. So you can, rather than put in all your code over there, you can just download the BPF code from the OCI registry like QA and tell, hey, download it, and it'll work. We integrate with Sigstore too, and that's important because you can just basically sign your code, and we'll verify that it hasn't been messed up. And last but not least, it also works with OpenTelemetry, which is a good thing because you can just get telemetry data out of that in a lot of different formats, and not only Prometheus remote write, but also OpenTelemetry. OK, so far so good. How the hell do we package this for Fedora? So the main component is written in Rust, and we have been working with the Rust-seq a lot. But there's some difficulties. Let's go through that. So we have a lot of different packages that were missing in Fedora. I'm not sure if anybody here is a Rust developer or know how Rust development works in Fedora, but basically you can switch in between, like, hey, I want to package it all. That was our first approach. And it was somehow messy because we went into a dependency hell. Suddenly, we noticed that there were a couple of dependencies that were missing in Fedora. Some of those were too new. Some of those were too old. And, well, although we could somehow work this around, we are using Aya, which is a BPF library based in Rust 2 in Fedora. Aya was in package, so we went through a dependency hell. OK, this didn't work. Don't go that path. It'll make you suffer incredibly, and it's going to be, well, can be improved. So we decided to go bundle everything. It has a caveat that we'll have to support everything too ourselves, but at least we could go over here most of the times. So let's say start again, caveat. Sigstore isn't packaged in Fedora either, so it comes with a lot of dependencies, and also we were using bundled OpenSSL in Rust. Don't go that way. It's a total anti-pattern. We just moved it back because it would bundle a lot of security dependencies that are weak. So we got some elective cipher that isn't meant, blah, 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 blah. Hell, don't just bundle them all and modify what's needed. We got, I mentioned here, but we got a Baxilla. Maybe it's going to be at some point replaced by Jira or whatever. But we are working into that, and I'll be available during the conference to work on that if somebody wants to help. But basically, we need to modify them on the fly. Now, operator. So I mentioned that we got an operator. This works on Kubernetes, and we are all happy. You can just deploy this in a total easy way. I'm going to be showing this around, so I'm going to be somehow quick on here. But it works basically with every Kubernetes cluster over 119, and even works with kind. So if you don't have anything, just deploy kind, and it'll work for you. You just can deploy our operator using OLM or whatever you'd like to. It's just the same as any other operator, and it would handle for you. And we have a custom resource. In case you don't know what a custom resource is, please raise your hand here and explain. But it's a way to extend the Kubernetes API. And we got one of those for every resource type in eBPF. So TLDR, there's different kind of programs in eBPF. XDP, which stands for Express Data Path. Those are mainly related to networking, traffic control, and so on. So we got a traffic control CR, we got an XDP CR, and so forth. So this is super quickly. I'll go over the design a little bit. But basically, we got an agent, which shouldn't surprise anybody, which stands on every node, and it's getting everything what happened. We are basically reconciling what happens in terms of BPF code, and deploying, getting back to the kubelet, and it'll just magically works and do the works for you. As I'm going to be doing a demo, I don't want to go too deep into this, unless anybody's really interested, and then we can just take off this session. This is the workflow I was speaking to you. So let's say I want my user, I want to create an XTP program. You just go, create the YAML file, the agent would monitor what happens, and if it's modified, it'll reconcile that. That's basically it, and we got a couple of different status that I'll be showing you later on too. Those are the different CRD types. I mentioned TC and XTP, but there's also a lot of those that are different because I mentioned that you need a hook, but if there's no specific hook that would fit your need, you can create a probe. There's a user probes and kernel probes, so we also got support for all of these. And let's go to the demo. Let's see if it works. Just let me know if you can see this. Is it too small? Is it big?
A little bigger.
How about now?
Perfect.
Okay, so we are so fancy to allow you to, when you make file, let's assume you want to run this on CAN or your laptop whatsoever. You don't have access to a Kubernetes cluster, even though this would also work with a kubectl file. So, you see this is kind of super fast. I just didn't trust the network, so I mocked this part up. But let's assume we deployed the cluster, or deployed CAN, this just works. And let's see what happens. I got a couple of examples here. This is just a YAML file containing some ebpf code. As I told you that this was an XTP, this means this type is an express data path program. And it has a priority, which is important because that allows us to run different programs at the same time. But the one with the most priority would get access to the interface and so forth. You can also select, as I was saying, you can use any Kubernetes labels, such as node selector, so you could define in which node from the cluster this is going to be running into. And also, if you see the image, let's note that we support also local file, but this comes from QA. So this would just get downloaded from QA, upload it into the cluster, and it'll just run the BPF code that we want it to. Also, so far, this is a privileged container because, as it shouldn't surprise you, you need to be a super user to run anything regarding eBPF into here. That's something we are speaking about and working into to avoid that. So let's apply this. It created a program, but let's go a little bit deeper into this. You see that you could use just any kubectl command, such as for any resource. So now we got a new BPF function called xdpstats, and so far it's reconciling, so it's making sure that it's not going up, it's already there, so the operator is doing the work under the hood. And now if you can get it again, with a little bit more of detail, you'll see that it's now working. You get the primary node interface, it's pulling the image, you can see the last transaction, it's reconciled, it's succeeded. And you can just now go and see every eBPF program running on the cloud cluster, not only the node. Okay, surprise, working. And last but not least, I also wanted for you to take a little peek about all these components that are running within the cluster. So we run a demo, which is speaking gRPC. We are getting rid of those, actually, and also we are splitting the BPF man code into two different repos because we decided that it was a little bit too messy to have both the Kubernetes operator and the binary at the same repo. So now we are splitting those out. And also we are modifying a new thing for the new release, which is we'll be supporting for you to have a whole YAML file with all the different kind of BPF programs that you'd like to use. So be it XDP, TC, whatsoever. Because so far this is a little bit messy because you would need to apply different YAMLs, all different same kind. As we are trying to orchestrate BPF code, we decided that it was a little bit messy and decided to basically support that the user would be able to do whatever they wanted to and orchestrate as much as the programs that they would like to. And then, last but not least, let's go over the CRD. As you saw, I already told you that we got a custom resource per ebpf program type. So you see like XTP programs, UsrMove, trace points, and so forth. And this is just using the operator, but I also wanted to go quickly. Well, this is scripted because I didn't trust the network, but I'm going to do a real life one, so go with me if it doesn't work. Is the font big enough here too? Is it okay? Cool. So for instance, we got this program. Let's do another one. As you see, I'm also being a super user here, so you can also modify these by doing RBAC processes and permissions, so that should be okay, but I didn't do. So let's modify this to also load another one. If now we list those out, this is the same output that you would have, for instance, from BPF top, without actually having to rely on that, because you could use a BPF-man not only for telling you what's going on, but also to load and unload the programs within your same node. And you could also tell that to do a lot of more things. Just for the sake of this, I wanted you to be aware of what's going on. We got two different express data path programs, those are networking ones. They do have different priority, and you can also unload those. Let's assume, okay, so let's unload those. What's the ID? 174, for instance. Now we list, and it works. I guess that's more or less a quick and dirty overview about the BPF-man, the operator side, the CLI side, and what the work that we did into. But I'll be available to speak about this in detail because I didn't want for this session to be that deep into eBPF, just a quick overview. So with this, let me see if I can delete the terminal or move it back. Questions? Go ahead.
How does this compare to the Inspector Gadget project?
So yesterday I saw a presentation by the Inspector Gadget project that seems to be BPF and Kubernetes orchestration. How does this compare to things like that?
I missed the session from yesterday because I was stuck at New York airport, but I definitely want to catch up on that. So, I mean, we can speak about that within the week.
You mentioned like a bunch of other applications using BPF before BPF-man. How do you orchestrate like BPF programs from those other applications? You have to like register them with BPF-man or something?
So that's a little bit different. I mean, I didn't want to do that in the demo, but we could also show BPF programs that are not handled or loaded by BPF-man. But we can also show those. I can show later with a quick app using XTP loader, for instance. It'll show both, and you could be able also to delete things. But we haven't tested this yet. For instance, we haven't tested it with a CNI. That may be too big. But the idea is that you will be able to basically orchestrate it over all the whole, your whole Kubernetes cluster without having to rely on, a multiple number of operators. So for instance, you would have to have your daemon set with the CNI, doing ebpf things and so forth, and you will be able to use this as a whole cluster orchestrator.
Any other questions? Feel free to raise your hand. Walk this over. Oh, wait. Here we go. Of course.
You kind of glossed over like BPF signing. Is that something that's going to be on like your roadmap or something you're thinking about?
Yeah, so I don't know if you are aware of the BPF token. For instance, I spoke a little bit with some meta guys too, and I know that you do your BPF loading, and just please correct me later if I'm wrong. You overwrite basically. You got one BPF program, then overwrite, run, and so forth. And that's something we wanted to do in a little bit of a different way. So TLDR BPF-man would be somehow mimicking Podman, and it would be the Podman for BPF applications. But we can speak about BPF token and so forth later on. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Thank you, Daniel, for your talk. Let's take a look at the schedule for the next set of talks here. Coming up next at 11:30 a.m. in the lobby area, there is a refreshment break. So if you want to get in on that soon. And at the 12 o'clock hour, we resume with reproducible builds in Fedora. So feel free to join us. Thanks.
Hey, hey.
I mean, it's light, it works great, and then I've been able to run boxes on it and stuff.
Input, please.
There's a button here, so plug in.
No, but we need to change the input in the
No, I think it's fine if you change,
F7.
yeah, change F7 to mirror, and then F5.
Huh?
Oh, hit F5 to start it.
I did, but I don't see.
Or you can do slideshow start. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I think we're good.
So are you in my trap next, or you're in a different room?
I'm next in Azure. Muchas gracias, señora.
Oh, you sure you don't want to borrow it? Or-
Can I keep it for a while?
As long as you take care of it, fine. Yeah, no Bitcoin mining, okay? Unless you get a lot of money and then give me it back.
Hello.
This room is much warmer than the other ones.
Well, I mean, we have exactly 0 listeners.
Well, you know, they will come. Yes, HDMI. HDMI is required. Okay, let me just close Matrix, close the terminal, open the other presentation. Hello. Reproducible builds, there it is. Slideshow. Okay, this is your clicker, this is my clicker.
Let's fight.
They are working. Yeah, we found this earlier with Neil, that with 2 clickers is handy, but there is a contention problem. So, and then, you okay using the handheld?
I can use it.
Yeah, okay. I move my hands a lot, so this is easier for me.
Okay.
This is working, that one's working. Okay, cool. And we just wait for people. Is this your last talk?
No.
What do you have after this?
I have the SbinMerge.
Oh, the UsrMerge. UsrMerge Part 2.
Yes.
Return with a vengeance. That shouldn't be super controversial.
No, and the talk is less technical. It's more I actually talk about the history of some pictures of PDP.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I will try to make it. I'm interested in this. Yes, should be good. We are gonna let people trickle in for the next few minutes and then get started.
Would you like me to introduce you now, or?
Oh, as you wish. I figure people are still coming in from the break. We have an hour, so not super rushed.
How do you pronounce your first name?
Davide.
And your name?
Zbyszek.
Yushi.
Zbyszek.
Zbyszek.
Yes.
We need to put the names with IPA on the slides the next time.
Ah, yes.
I'm Perry, by the way, the session chair. Nice to meet you. Or re-meet you. I've seen you.
We have met before, yes.
Yeah, let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, we can start whenever you want. Are you ready? Yeah.
It's up to you guys.
I think there's enough people to start talking.
Just because here's the visible range here.
Oh, you are the first person to mention this. This is very useful to know because I had no idea there was a visible range. So you probably need to scoot. All right, then let's do it this way. I can move these. I should take the privacy screen off so we can actually see the screen.
This is very sensitive, so
Yeah.
if you wander away from it, then people might not be able to hear you. So just keep that in mind.
Oh, is this because the one in the other room had very high gain instead, so this one looks normal.
But I think it's actually, if you're not too close, it's better.
Yeah.
It's not too close, but
Yeah, I think this
don't
works.
wander away.
All right.
All right. All right. Welcome everybody. Hope you had a good break out there. Next up, we have reproducible builds in Fedora with Davide and Zbyszek.
Hi, everyone. I'm Davide.
And Zbyszek.
and we'll be talking about reproducible builds in Fedora. So here's the agenda, which I just noticed we forgot to update, but it's still roughly correct. We'll be talking about reproducible builds in general, then about what we're doing specifically in Fedora. We will have a lot of examples, because people love examples and horror stories, and we will close with where we are, what's going to happen next. So what are reproducible builds? Reproducible builds, the definition of reproducible builds come from the reproduciblebuilds.org project, and the idea is that a builder is reproducible if given the same premises, you get the same results, effectively. And like the official definition says, you have to get from the same source, build environment, build instructions, and get bit-by-bit identical copies of the artifacts. Why would you care about any of these? Well, there's a few angles you can go for. Some people really care about the security part of this, where if you can recreate the artifacts, you can verify them independently. You can make sure that your supply chain is secure, because you can either verify that your supply chain has not been compromised, or you can recreate your supply chain if needed. This is also a way to address the trust in trust problem, where if there's a compromise very high or very under, depending on which side you're starting, I guess, the build chain, it might not be entirely visible, but if you can reproduce bit by bit the artifacts, you can tell that something happened that was bad. I think security is great. I personally am more interested in the quality aspect of this, because one nice side effect of reproducible builds is that they expose a whole class of madness in our environment and lives that then we can fix. We can find more broken things and fix them, and that's fun. So reproducible builds makes it very evident when there are hardware failures in play. If you have a builder that has like bit flips because of bad memory, or because like it's not using ECC RAM or something, and your builds are slightly different on one builder but not on the others, you will probably not find out unless your builds start randomly segfaulting, and this is really useful to find it early. It's also a good way to find build system issues. It's not uncommon to have, for example, issues with parallelism around builds, where if the order of the build threads is slightly different, your build would produce slightly different outputs, and that's something that would not be entirely obvious unless you happen to hit it when you're debugging in a local build. Also, there are packaging bugs, where you could have issues in the packaging build steps, and we will talk about this later. And there can be bugs in the software itself, where the software can have dependencies that don't manifest until later from the build environment that will then crop up and make the software produce incorrect results. So these are some examples of why people care about this topic and why we care about this topic. Reproducible builds, as I mentioned, is a thing that started within the Debian project and the Debian community in around 2013. They started attacking the problem, and by 2017, they had large part of the distribution already reproducible. With today, if you go on the dashboard, you can see the day of number, but it still hovers around 97, 98%. So I would say the vast majority of Debian is reproducible. And over the years, other distributions and projects have kind of folded into this wider effort. If you happen to use F-Droid to install apps on your phone, for example, F-Droid is another project that is part of reproducible builds that makes an effort to have reproducible builds for their Android APKs. The idea behind reproducible builds is to do automated rebuilds constantly and check that the results continue being the same. It's a fairly simple concept at the end of the day. They have very pretty dashboards, which we do not use that, but we would like to use eventually. They also build tools that have been really helpful as part of these projects, and two tools they built are Diffoscope and strip down determinism. Diffoscope in particular is really handy because it makes you be able to tell what is different about the builds in an interesting ways. Please.
So the Diffoscope is a tool that takes file, an artifact, and unpacks it if it's composed of stuff, and then does this recursively, and then does a diff. At the very, so let's say you have a tar archive that is compressed, and inside it has static archives, which are archives with object files, and inside of the object files you have symbols and so on, and then it will go all the way down and do a diff.
Yeah, and strip down determinism is a tool that removes things like timestamps from binaries. We'll talk about this in a moment. Strip down determinism is written in Perl, which makes it impractical for using Fedora because we do not want to have Perl in the build root for every package. So we will talk about alternatives there. You can find information about this on reproducible.org. Okay, let's talk about Fedora now. Fedora is interesting. you all know about this, so we'll go over it quickly. But like Fedora is built from centralized infrastructure that is managed by the CPE team within Red Hat. All of the package sources are stored in a single repository, well, in a single forge, I should say, in repositories within a single forge, which is this Git on sourcefedoraproject.org. All of the packages that become part of our release are built in the same gas credit.
Definition does not include this, and without the information about the build environment, you actually cannot reproduce the builds in Debian also, so they don't actually satisfy their own definition.
So the solution is that we just ignore some tags. And luckily for us, there are tools that do this already. The RPM diff tool that comes from the RPM lint project already knows how to suppress differences that are not interesting. And then when there are differences that are interesting, we can use diffoscope for doing in-depth comparison, because diffoscope makes it very easy to see, oh, this file changed from this RPM to this other RPM, and that's what we care about, not that the signature is different.
When people start working on making package builds reproducible, this happened in Debian. In Debian, it happened the same way in Fedora. You soon realize that there is a whole class of problems that could, in principle, be solved in the packages, in individual packages or in individual tools, but it's very, very hard to do because, for example, there's an issue that occurs in 10,000 packages. And it's much easier to add a post-build cleanup step that will fix something that happens very often. And this tool in Debian is called stripped on determinism. It's written in Perl, and it's targeted at Debian-specific problems. So we ended up re-implementing it partially in a slightly different way, also in a different language, in Rust. And it's called add determinism because it's better to name things in a positive way than in a negative way. It was added, so the steps that are called after the build are called BRP, build root policy scripts, because they're usually scripts. The RPM configuration has a set of macros that recursively define what gets pulled in, what are the steps that are done. And so to make add determinism active in package builds, well, we had to package it, make it available, and also modify the RPM configuration to actually call it at the right moment. And this has happened for Fedora 41.
Now let's talk about some interesting examples and scenarios that we've encountered to help make builds reproducible in Fedora. You should do this one, actually, I think.
So the first step, without which builds are completely irreproducible, is time. Basically, even if you take, even if you are very careful and preserve all timestamps, the builds happen at different times and with different speed, which means that even if we were to set the clock to a specific value to try to reproduce a build that happened at some point in time earlier, this wouldn't work because our machine has slightly different speed than the original machine. So as the build progresses and different things happen at different offsets in time, those offsets would be completely different. And timestamps of different things that happen during the build are very visible in the build outputs. So the modification timestamps of files are recorded, and also various tools record the time, for example, in headers, in files, and so on and so on. And we need to, fix this. And the solution also originates in the reproducible builds project. It's called source date epoch. It's basically the idea that you set a variable and everything that happens during the build we pretend that it happened exactly at the source date epoch time. So the timestamp of source date epoch divides the timeline into two parts. So everything that happened earlier, upstream sources, source generation, and upstream tags, and so on. Then we have the time when the package build officially happened, and it's exposed as the source date epoch variable to the build process. And the build happens after that. And to make builds reproducible, we clamp the time to source date epoch. So everything that was, all the times that are after source date epoch get clamped, truncated to the source date epoch timestamp. And the specific implementation of this that is done for RPM is that we take the timestamp of the last changelog entry. Then, well, I mean, it all happens automatically. You write a changelog entry, you put in the date, and this is the time when the build officially happens. And then when you do a rebuild later, this still works. Okay, so let's look at some specific examples. And this particular example is from a Java package, and the solution that is implemented in the undeterminism. So I'll talk about the details of the problem later, but essentially Javadoc inserts the time of the build into the output, and we need to clamp it to source date epoch. And we don't do this during the build itself, but in the cleanup step after. And then this can apply to all Java packages, which we have a couple of thousand of, so it's more efficient than trying to fix individual packages. And the actual problem, well, I mean, it's kind of obvious. Javadoc was called at some specific time and inserts the exact timestamp. And so we just remove that. So here it's the diff between the file that was produced by the build and the file that was cleaned up after the build. And so this like freeform timestamp is removed, and this other timestamp that has like a machine readable format is clamped to the source date epoch. Another example that also involves time is static archives. So a static archive is an archive, a tarball of object files, and it's a...
There's a question.
Yes, please.
I hope we fixed this for you. So Nick Clifton added source epoch time to bin utils and the static linkers to fix this specific issue, because we definitely want to make it reproducible.
Did you also fix the user IDs?
That's not bin utils' fault.
Let me. It's actually an excellent question, and I think that okay. So what happens here? So the archive contains object files, and the object files are. Each object file has a modification timestamp that we see here, and the owner. So the directory doesn't have. I mean, it's owned by root, but this O file was owned by my user with the user ID 1000 and group ID 1000. And when builds, this number is not fixed, right? Because different systems will have different UIDs and GIDs, and we don't want that. So we removed, I mean, we said that everything is owned by root, and we actually zero out the timestamps. And this way the file has more zeros and it compresses nicer. And Carlos said that GCC was fixed to do the same thing, bin utils. But this is an example where, so it's very easy to create static archives, and some are created by calling GCC with the right options, some are created by calling, by some makefile, and some are created by people running some script that does crazy stuff. And there's just so many different ways that R is called to create a static archive that it's very hard to ensure that all the different ways are covered, and it's actually still necessary to have the generic cleanup, even if we end up improving some specific tools to not require that.
Though, isn't the point to set the environment variable for source data epoch, and then the environment variable is just set and inherited by all the tools unless they clean it?
Eventually, yes, but the thing is, packages that were built before that change flew into Fedora are still might have this problem. So,
but you would need to change R to not record user IDs.
But there's nothing for that in the reproducible build.org standard that we're all trying to meet, is there?
It doesn't go into such details, but R is a generic tool, right? And because, so I have to repeat the question. The question was if R root at source date epoch, then we don't need to do the cleanup here. R is a, so source, the timestamp is one thing, but the user IDs are a different problem because even if source date epoch is set, how would R know in general that it's not supposed to record the ownership? It has an option to not do, to use root, but then you have to find every place where R is called and make sure that this option would be set. And it's just, so the problem is that it's a very generic tool that is called in many, many different ways, and it's hard to figure out all the right places. Okay. Another example, and also another thing that is fixed by @determinism. It's kind of the same issue, jar files for Java bytecode. The jar file has lots of very strange metadata, like, I don't know.
the operating system of origin is questionable.
But it also has a timestamp, and we need to get rid of the timestamp, and because of technical reasons, the way we do it is that we unpack the jar file and repack it with a different tool, and it sets much less metadata and also gets rid of the timestamp. So we had time, we had user IDs, and the general problem is that all non-deterministic build steps must be removed. So this is something that usually needs to be done in the individual tools that produce outputs. So I don't know, like if you read files from the file system, they can be read in different orders depending on the file system. So this must be sorted. If you have a list that is generated by something unpredictable, you must sort the list. If you have multiple threads, you must take care to merge the outputs in predictable order, and so on and so on. And
the example, so one example is lists in packages. So if you have, during the build steps of the package, I mean, not in the package itself, but if you are operations where you have, like, you're appending to a list or you're creating a list or a set, and this isn't ordered, you can end up with items in different order, and that is a non-reproducible example. So this is an example from one package where this was a Python package, and different builds results in different ordering of this field, and that's an issue. This was test model. The solution ends up being fairly simple. You just sort the set. But that's something that you have to fix package by package because it's going to be specific to the different package, and different packages will have different examples of this problem. And this is just one example of non-deterministic build steps that have to be fixed case by case. Now, the good thing here is that this is something you can fix upstream, and it's actually a legitimate bug. So once it's fixed upstream, it's fixed for every distribution, not just for Fedora.
So the bug is that if you run this build and you happen to have the same include file in both places, and sometimes you would get the one and then sometimes you would get the other, and this would be very, very confusing. It's a small bug, but
Yeah,
a bug.
it is a bug. There were hands. Yes.
Sorry, I'm just super interested in all of this because I'm a toolchain person, so it's super nerdy interest for me. So Python says sorted is guaranteed to provide a stable sort. Do you know what they're actually using for it? Is it just CUTF-8 sort or something, or?
So Python sets are sorted by the hash of the object, so they're not, I mean, like, not predictable in any visible way outside.
Yeah. Was there another question? Yes.
So the dictionaries are sorted by insertion order, and it's not a problem, but sets are a different thing.
So, I'll speak quieter. So some of the issues that you're seeing here that are package specific that can be fixed upstream, Debian's been at this for quite a few years now and presumably fixing these upstream, so why aren't they fixed upstream yet?
That is an excellent question. I think the answer is that there is just a lot of software, and software keeps changing, and things, like new bugs keep being introduced. So it's just one of those never-ending problems.
I think we can it will become clear at the end. I think let's return to this question later. Well, okay, so another thing that is, we have a tool that produces code that is, that varies. Actually here it mostly varies between different architectures. So Python packages have, .py files, and during the build process we produce the bytecode for them, so that when the package is used, Python doesn't have to read the original code and parse it. It just reads the bytecode, which is faster. And the bytecode is written in a way where it's essentially a long series of Python objects. And the objects, when they're serialized, they have a flag that says this object may be reused later, and then later in the file, when instead of writing the same object again, you give a reference by number to one of the objects that were flagged earlier. And it turns out that sometimes objects are flagged for being used later in an inconsistent way. So either they are not used at all, or they are used at different number of times. So they're not used at all, sorry. And this is because, like, depending on how the objects are laid out in memory, this flag thing is not set. I mean, it's not a bug, it's just not reproducible. And we clean this up again at determinism in a specific handler, and we read the file, we check which references are unused, and zero the flag out. And this is actually an example of a thing that affected maybe 8,000 packages in Fedora, so it was a very widespread thing. And one would ask, why hasn't Debian hit this? And the answer is that Debian does not package PYC files. They produce them when the package is installed, so our RPM method is more efficient because we only do it once during build, but this issue just wasn't encountered in other distributions.
Another example is macro expansion. We might have macros that expand to different results on different architectures, and that can lead to differences in the source RPM itself, not in the binary RPMs. You had a hand. Okay.
Sorry, I don't want to get ahead of you, but when I start thinking about reproducible builds, I naturally start thinking about portable builds, and I mean that in that we've kind of, in a way, lost the ability to take like a rawhide source RPM and build it on, say, a previous version of RHEL. And I think that in Fedora, we have gotten to a point where we kind of abuse macros. Spec files have become a DSL that, it's kind of as clear as a procmail config file in a way. So when you're talking about reproducible builds, there's nothing that a source RPM provides you to guarantee that you're pulling in the macro expansion definitions and any other tools that those macros then call. So is that like a thing that you've run into with this, or is that something that you're thinking about that we can approach? I would love to see an ability for RPM build to generate a source RPM with a fully expanded spec file.
So
that would be heinous.
We have that actually. So there is a tag in the source RPM with the fully expanded.
Right, but also generating build requires for all the.
Yeah, we don't have that.
Yeah.
We also, but that's part of what we were saying earlier, that you do need the metadata. Right now, this only works if you have the metadata that comes from the build environment itself, and part of that is the set of macros that you use to build the package, and there's just a condition of how this is made now. Yeah. I don't know if you have something else you want to add on this.
So it's we record the expanded build requires set in Koji. We could put it in the source RPM. Well, not in the source RPM. We could put it somewhere. That would be an extra thing to distribute. I don't. It's necessary to produce stuff, but I mean, we have it in Koji. If we insist, we can put it in.
Can we
a
get
file,
it programmatically out of Koji?
Yes, it's a API call.
You can also get it programmatically out of Koji if you turn on the RPM show RC plugin to mock, which dumps the entire thing. I've been trying to get that turned on in Koji for years.
Oh, okay. I did not know this existed.
I asked for this, and people told me to use the Koji API to query stuff, but I like this answer.
So not to get into much of a rabbit hole here, but there's this gets into the full discussion about source RPMs in Koji, because right now it's made on one random architecture, and that's the source RPM that's used. So you can't programmatically get it. There's a ticket about this. It's a long discussion. I can point you guys to it. But there's a lot of aspects to that. Like, it's very wasteful to build a source RPM on every architecture and then distribute all those source RPMs on every architecture. So I don't know. It's a tough problem.
It's treated like no Arch packages, I believe now, where it's built on just one, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, the particular issue we have with here is that depending on the architecture, you get a slightly different set of build requires, and if something is pulled in via dependency, it can provide a macro definition. So in one build, this pair wasn't installed, and or pair level wasn't installed, and this macro wasn't expanded. And then in the other build, it got expanded to nothing, to an empty string. For us, this is a problem because it was not reproducible.
And related to this, you can have Arch-dependent metadata where you can have, for example, requires or build requires that are gated by architecture, and then this will result in different content in the package metadata. There is a proposed solution here which we could make these conditionals with the, I don't know what this is called, the conditional syntax, I guess?
Rich dependencies.
Rich dependencies, excellent, thank you. And that would be encoded properly, and there's a ticket about that. So that's a potential solution here that would make this better, hopefully.
The nice thing about, if this was only about reproducibility, we probably wouldn't be enough of a motivation to do this. But people have this problem that they would like to run repo query on packages, on source packages, and get the real list of build requires. And the nice thing about this build requires is that it's the same on all architectures, and you get an answer that is, well, allows you to get the full build requires set. And with this thing, you would have to query build requires for every architecture and then do a summary, which is kind of annoying.
It was a pain because when we implemented mass pre-builder for orchestrating mass rebuilds, this problem shows up right away.
I'll talk about this one because it was fun. The earlier stuff was like problems with our tooling and with how do we build, and this was an actual problem in a package in a way. So I was doing diffs, and the FITIC package, it's some scientific software, had timestamp modifications on pretty much all files, and this is strange because we have the whole thing with source date epoch and clamping, and this shouldn't happen. And if we look at the package itself, there is a changelog entry that on Saturday, June 15th, a build was made, right? And we look at the commit timestamp, and it all agrees. And the problem is that this timestamp, Saturday, June 15th, is in time zone, in the European time zone. So this is actually June 14th in UTC. This timestamp, there is no time zone, so no time. So this is actually Saturday, June 15th, 00 UTC. So 2 hours off.
Further.
Yeah, 2 hours later. And the manager, I talked with the manager, and he said that he quite often does work around midnight, and he has seen this issue quite a few times, that RPM was telling him that the timestamps are wrong. So the build was done very soon after, I mean within 2 hours. So when the build was done in Koji, source date epoch was ahead. So the clamping didn't happen effectively, and then when I did the rebuild a month later, source date epoch was in the past now, and the clamping happened, so the timestamp didn't match. And actually, the nice solution to this problem is to use RPM autospec, because RPM autospec doesn't, it gets the timestamp correct.
Yes. Oh yeah, this was another example where on SLinux policy devel, he was only building the documentation on some architectures that happened to have graph in the build route, on others it did not, and the solution is just always having graph in the build requires, because clearly we need it to make the documentation.
Yeah, so it's a nice example that, because the spec file had a glob, like for this HTML/star here, and nobody noticed that you actually don't get the documentation most of the time.
Bad.
So there's another packaging time bug. When your package includes a symbolic link, the timestamp of that symbolic link on the file system is the time that you installed the RPM, which makes reproducible installs impossible.
I think that this is something that should be fixed in RPM itself.
Yeah, this seems like an RPM, like an actual RPM bug more than.
They say they don't care. I would say.
We can talk later.
No, this definitely needs to be fixed, because we want to have reproducible image builds.
Yeah, this seems like a problem for images or containers or any of those things. You explained this one.
So this is probably the most complicated example that we had. The way it looked in the trial builds was that, for example, it affected systemd, but actually many or most builds with many executables. All executables were different in the rebuild. And it turns out that the difference was that the executable contains a hash of the debug info data to link to the right debug info data. And it was actually the debug info data that was different. And in the debug info packages, well, the files were different. And after some investigation, it turns out that it was only the GDB index sections that were different. And the GDB index section is actually not created during the build itself. It's added in a post-processing build step. And this is another example where of something that well, it's specific to Fedora because other distributions don't do this. We insert the GDB index section to make GDB work faster. And so it just wasn't encountered earlier. And the problem was that so GDB was called to create this index, and the result was functionally identical, but it wasn't sorted the same on different builds, depending on the number of workers that were active. And I mean, this was solved, reported and solved, and it was, I mean, completely over the top of my head. I would have never been able to figure this out myself.
Yes. Oh, we can also have problems with the tools that do the rebuilds, where it turns out with Koji sets the GNU macro to 1, and that results in different values for the platform. And Koji unsets Arch for no Arch builds, but when you do these builds in mock, you get different results sometimes.
Yeah, I put this here with a question mark because I have no idea how it ends up this way. Maybe somebody who knows how this works can explain why the platform setting in Koji builds is different than what you get in mock.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we had another one. Yeah, also I mentioned before the signature, but the signature is not the only RPM tag that isn't reproducible or isn't useful for reproducibility. In general. So if you look at things like build host, build time and build time are the host of the machine, the package was built, the time of the build. Op flags is the compiler flag, the expanded compiler flags that were used, and spec is the expanded render spec file. Now, we could strip these in...
So this is the thing that David asked for.
Yes. We could strip these in the build world, but they are useful in the build environment. But they are useful because if you're debugging, it is kind of useful to know, oh, this package was built on this machine, maybe this machine was broken, or things like that. So there's been discussion on what to do about these. That was not me. In the end, we think what we should do is just ignore them for comparison purposes when we check for reproducibility, but preserve them because they do provide useful information. But there is discussion in those RPM issues if you're interested. All right?
Yes, so put it in other words, since we have to ignore the signature and the header immutable field in the RPM, which duplicates the signature and some other things anyway, then we might as well just ignore a bunch of extra fields that we know are not reproducible.
Okay, so that was a roundup of interesting test cases. Now let's look at where we are now and where things are going. So right now we're doing distro-wide rebuilds in mock and comparing the results, the mock gets with the results in Koji, and that tells us whether something is reproducible or not. This is done with tooling that Sbinmerge wrote that is available on GitHub. It's being done on some random AWS machine. We are filing issues if we find systemic issues that we know will affect multiple packages that need to be addressed as a whole. We are filing issues and tracking them, but a lot of these end up being like this one package is cursed in one particular package-specific way, and really needs to be addressed there. We also have documentation. We've started writing up documentation for this to make it easier for people to understand what we're doing and ideally help. These numbers may or may not be accurate, but they are close. But we're not doing bad, as you can see.
Yeah, I think so the numbers are not reliable because the sample is a limited set, and some packages are possibly counted more than once. So the Debian numbers are for the rebuild of the whole distro, and our numbers are for rebuild of some random subset of packages that were actually built within the last 2 weeks or something like that.
Yeah, it's also worth noting when comparing between distributions, because the set of packages in Fedora and the set of packages in Debian are like partially overlapping sets, but different. It's kind of like, it's difficult to have an apples to apples comparison here. But things are getting there. Next up, we have more issues to fix. There is a long list of issues to fix. We would like to do another rebuild of all the packages and update these tests now that the mass rebuild has been done. As we find new issues, we will probably end up adding new handlers to add determinism to address them. Right now, this is all done manually by SbinMerge. It'd be real nice to do this automatically, so it doesn't require human involvement. And ideally, when this is done automatically, we would like to have it integrated with the dashboards or reproducible.org so that you can get those nice graphs that show going up into the right.
Maybe we can show the graphic if people haven't seen that.
Yes, if the browser works, we will see. I have no idea how that works. Yes. Yeah, so it'd be nice to have something like this.
And this is very nice because, well, I mean, you can see that over time as the number of packages grows, also the reproducibility, so the fraction of the green compared to the total also slowly grows.
Let's go there, go back here. I don't know how to use the trackpad with my non-dominant hand. Yes, and if you would like to try yourself, so maybe you have a package, you want to check if it's reproducible, or you find you're in that list that we linked earlier and you would like to fix your package, you can clone the tool, you can run it with an MVR, and it'll grab the Koji build, it will redo the build locally with mock, it'll compare them, and it will tell you if you're good or not good. And I think that's all we had.
Yeah.
Any questions? I think we have time. Yes.
When do we make a decision, or when do we have a discussion about really making Fedora reproducible, like locking in all the good work that you've done? So, I mean, we had the same problem when we were bumping to C99 minimum language features that like took months in Fedora to get all the packages up to speed. But then to lock it in, we changed the Red Hat RPM config things so that, you know, we don't regress on C99 as the minimum. So I see this work being incredibly valuable for a number of different reasons, especially the reason that you can just do the build again on a different build server and check to see if your build servers have been compromised or if there have been other security issues like secure supply chain questions. So when do we lock it in, or when do we have that conversation?
I think we need automated rebuilds first. Like I would like to get to the point where you get tickets filed in Bugzilla, like you get, like today you get FTBFSs or FTI ticket. I would like to get FT non-reproducible, and that like something is wrong with your package and it's not reproducible anymore and you need to fix it. To get there, I think we need to address more of these like wider class of problems that we have now, and then we need to have automation so that this process runs automatically, doesn't require human involvement. We have a thing we can point packages at and all of that.
And even earlier before that, I think we need to fix all the widespread issues.
Yep.
So, for example, I talked about one issue with PYC files, but there is another one when if you have a class that uses a set to define the fields, this is for some reason not reproducible in the serialization, and there is maybe 800 packages that are affected by this, and I don't think it makes sense to file 800 bugs for this. I want to have it fixed in the tooling before doing that.
And that's a good segue because I lost this slide, and we do have links. So there's the issue tracker that I mentioned where we track things. We have the documentation and documentation site. There's upstream discussions going on this, and there is a matrix room, and if you're interested in this work, I would recommend joining the matrix room. If there are issues that you want to work on, it's useful to bring it up there so that people don't do duplicate work. If you want to help in any way with all of this, it would be valuable to have your input there.
So the current status is that we have maybe 1,000 known issues, 1,000 known packages with problems, and it's a mix, right? Some issues are like affect hundreds of packages and need to be fixed in one place, and then there are some issues that are just like package-specific things because it's very common for packages to generate a header file or something like that in a irreproducible way.
Any other questions? Going once, going twice. All right, thanks everyone.
Thank you.
This goes with your clicker. I don't know, it's fine. They'll chop the recording. That worked out. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you both for that talk. Looks like we have lunch coming up at 1 o'clock in the lobby. And we resume back here at 2 p.m.
So is there any work for reproduciblebuilds.org upstream to document envar that sets a UID?
I don't know. That is a good question, and we should just ask them. They are friendly. Like
very. Yeah.
You can just ask them on their they have an IRC thing going on.
Yeah. Well, but
Sorry, is that right?
essentially,
Okay. Just checking.
And let's say that you say the UID is 1,000, right? And you have a system which says that 1,000 is a system user or
I mean, but the point of the envars is that the environment must set it to something that is useful and okay for the environment.
Yes, but the only fixed UID is 0.
Is that
all other UIDs are not fixed? I don't think it makes sense.
Oh, it compares different builds in code. I see. Okay.
The thing is, you have a build, and you need to know that that build was built with these reproducible environment variables, right? Because the environment variables made the build.
So, okay.
And you need to see if in your system you can even possibly reproduce it. Yeah.
So we have a UID.
No, that's a great point. I genuinely have not thought, because I thought about the policy angle for our image back, but I had not thought about it from the reproducible. You're absolutely right. Good. It's the same thing. No, we should absolutely use them.
Sure.
Yep. And this UID.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I know. I just like that.
By the
And
those we have a single variable that says get rid of all the UIDs or group IDs, then it would apply
I will be possible for that.
you can have a single variable that says
Yeah, you're right. I think you're meeting now, but I don't know where. Okay, we can find that.
Correct.
No, it's good.
So the variable, because it's an environment variable, can be an infinitely long string with some kind of semantics to it. And at the very least in containers, we already have UID, GID mappings, and there would have to be some kind of semantics on the mapping of what you want from that thing. But I don't know how to specify it.
so maybe we would have a variable that says replace those group IDs by 0.
Sure.
And this would be enough for most
The variable would be, 12, comma, 0, semicolon, means 12 gets replaced with 0. You can make up any kind of semantic you want. And then Shadow Utils already today handles the UID, GID translations for sub-GIDs, sub-UIDs in containers. I mean, there is something we can come up with there, but I hear what you're saying, that like some things want to be ignored and not some other things.
Yeah.
So, but if you don't ignore, so like, ignoring,
the problem that we used in the past, but maybe it makes sense.
but so ignoring that is one solution to just say you're always running a mock build in which the systemd spawn container always controls exactly which UIDs the things are happening under. Like, I mean, like saying that you can do a reproducible build with RPM build -BA may be infeasible.
No, you cannot. Of course, no.
Okay. Good.
I mean, without mock and without the kind of packages,
But what I'm saying is that if you do such a thing under systemd spawn IDs and sub-UIDs, and technically you're going to have a consistent set of UIDs and GIDs inside that container.
Yes.
Yeah, oh, this is the mock plugin that spits out RPM-RC. It's in the repo.
So what does it show?
It runs RPM-show RC and logs the entire output.
Okay, yeah, this would be useful.
I know it's there because I wrote it. So, but I've been trying to get that turned on in Koji for years.
And why hasn't it been turned on?
Because it produces about a 3 megabyte log.
Okay.
But thing to keep in the back of your mind, there is a way to make mock spit out all of the RPM variables that were part of the build.
So, in general, the problem with Koji and mock is that mock is not so bad, but Koji, like figuring out, like asking questions how it works and getting answers is hard. Like I have to. Also, the Koji API is not easy to use.
The Koji API grew like fungus. It can be useful, but it can also be poisonous. I've got to run a lunch meeting.
you're,
It's
or you can use that, that's fine.
Yep.
Yep.
No jenom to neskopneme. Jo, je to tak. Takže... Nevím. Ale nevím, jestli mám update testing. Asi jo. Jinak update found 301.
Ale nemáš nic. Update testing.
Takže nemám možná zapnout update testing.
Tak to neukážem, nevadí.
Jo, tak to ukáže. No já stejně jsme to neotestovali. Tak počkej, tak to ukážeme. Sudovým.
Ne, dej se do něj update. Mezera. No, mezera. Mezera, někdo jako vůbec polskou testing.
Takhle.
Já myslím, že můžeme začínat, nebo už někdo řekl.
I don't know.
Nějaký session černář není, ne? Tam tady ten typek. Teď nainstaluji třeba s Vim a...
Jo, tak vím.
Ne, Vim není za testing. To nemáš nic, Vim má za testing.
Víme nic update testing.
Není.
Tak nic, no. Na Tiger VNC.
Je.
No něco z toho. Ale jenom license. A jenom server minimál.
Tak by můžu?
No. Česká.
Kde je hvězdička?
Kdo?
Hvězdička.
Okay. Tak začneš?
Yeah, I guess we can start now. So welcome to our talk about eliminating beetles in Fedora, which is funny name. If you didn't get it, it's like reference to bugs. So my name is František Zatloukal, and my colleague here is Lukáš Ružička. We both work as Fedora Quality engineers. And next slide, please. Didn't work.
Not so.
And the quality of Fedora is basically defined by various rules. One of them, the main thing we adhere to is release criterions, which is a set of pretty thoroughly written documents specifying criterions that Fedora must have for its development milestone. The basic criterion is something we have managed to reach for even for our nightly builds, which means all Fedora nightlies should be working basically, but I wouldn't be trying that on your work machines. And basic criteria means, yeah, that's basically always ready raw height, means that you can use mostly on our secondary laptops or anything you want to experiment daily, and it should boot, shouldn't eat your kittens, and so on and so on. Beta criteria is something we check if the release fulfills for beta releases. It's basically a reduced set of final product criterions. And same for final, just extended criterions. We leverage CI gating even for rawhide, which guarantees that rawhide doesn't get broken. There is one small exception, which I'll get back to later. And then we rely on users giving karma to new builds, which we'll also get to later. And mainly, I would add that it depends on you users to verify, test Fedora, and report bugs to us. So how QA watches all over it? First pillar would be testing of Fedora, which descends into manual testing, automated testing, and CI gating. And then there is a second pillar, which is discussions and triage. That includes having blocker meetings, blocker reviews, our QA meetings, which are open to community, and before release go no-go meetings and other product meetings. And third pillar is bug fixing, which we collaborate on with developers. We coordinate fixing and prioritizing work in a bunch of upstream projects, and we help developers with testing of the fixes for regressions and other issues that they could cause. Demo time.
Okay. So please go to the computer. A day in the life of John Lennon, a demo. John Lennon is a Beatle in our system, and so what should we do if we want to get rid of John Lennon? So the first step, John appears on stage. Let's see, we have test cases defined. So there is one called the test case desktop browser, which basically is there to test that a desktop browser works. Primarily, we aim this on Firefox. And there is a matrix with the test results and also with the links that lead to the described test case. So everybody, even a passersby, anybody who comes to a Beatles concert can come, open the test case and read the description, how to test, and what are the expected results. So for example, clean boot the Fedora you wish to test. This could be a system installed from a particular snapshot, pre-release or release or a live image. Launch the default web browser in a typical way. So that's good because I launch my web browser differently. I usually hit the super key and type Firefox. Some other people use the icon to start it, so that's fine. Both ways are the typical ways. If you first try it, method fails, so let's say you click on the icon, it doesn't work, so you should try with a different method. Once you have managed to launch the browser, attempt some activities with it, like open a web page, for example. This is Chromium because we don't want to fiddle with those opened Firefox tabs. So we are performing a Firefox test case on a Chromium. We don't do that usually.
Yeah, because Chromium browser isn't blocking on any of our supported deliverables. So this is one of the processes of the test, and we can say Chromium crashes.
Does it?
It doesn't crash. Never mind.
For example, now it would crash. So the expected results are not passed, And because the browser should be capable of connecting to and correctly displaying the FAC page, and when it crashes, it's not met. The criterion or the test result is not met. So what do we do now? So it's time to call Mark Chapman, I think. And he prepares, and we go to the Johnzilla and try to make the world look good again. So this is the Red Hat Bugzilla that serves us to maintain the overview of bugs, or
Still serves.
it still serves, yes. However, it's necessary to say that some upstream projects do not go to Bugzilla anymore for the information, which is quite difficult for us to, think about all of the possible trackers. So you would go to the Bugzilla and you would fill these informations, find a component, and yeah, my boss told me to test Chromium, and I played the game for 1 month. He wasn't satisfied.
So we usually do the testing for rawhide releases, so this is why I'm changing the version of Fedora that I want to report the bug against. And we usually don't fill in the hardware unless you know it happens only on some architectures. It will help the developers, but usually either us QA team or developers will be able to figure out if it's a problem of some architecture only.
So I guess I was doing it incorrectly, because I always fill in the hardware on which I found the bug.
So this is basically how you can type in a short summary of a bug report and then some details. For example, I open it. Fedora account crashed.
Okay. Of course, we usually try to give as much information as possible what we have, and we collect logs and we put it there. Also, sometimes we also do PDB debugging, and we use all the reports from it. Sometimes we use Ubbert. Ubbert is good if you go through if it happens to catch the bug, so half of your work is done because it collects all the necessary files, and so on and so on, and then you submit bug report. Now, sometimes John is serious, and we need, to...
If it breaks the mentioned criterions, it's serious bug, and that should be proposed as a...
when one beetle blocks the concert, then it's more serious. So when it blocks the show, you need to report a so-called blocking bug, or a blocker. We have a nice application to report it. You can see the status quo of now, that there are 2 accepted blockers for Fedora 41 beta. There is one accepted previous release blocker, which was a blocking bug that didn't got fixed. There is one proposed freeze exception. We will talk about it a little later, and there are 2 prioritized bugs. And now we want to propose the blocking bug, because it was serious. So you have the bug number, you have the milestone, you can propose it for 41 beta and 41 final, maybe both. And you can propose it as a blocker, or you could propose a freeze exception if it wasn't a blocker. And always add the justification why you think this is a blocking bug. There are links to basic, beta, and final in the right bottom part of the page, so you could read the release criteria for the stage you are going to report the blocker to. So it's beta, you read the beta and the basic criteria. If you can find it in those criteria, it's a blocker and it's good to propose. Once you propose it, it takes 30 minutes to upload to Bugzilla. Well, it uploads to Bugzilla immediately, but to sync back, it needs some time. František tries to
Make it faster.
make it faster so that you could see it. Now when you come to the overview,
It's there.
it's there.
So once the blocker is there, we usually vote if it's indeed a blocking issue or not. That's done through asynchronous discussions we have created for each bug. It's not longer not synced here yet. It should be in a minute. So
You could hit the vote over in the proposed freeze exception, for example.
Yeah.
So there is a process called a blocker review process where people meet and discuss whether this really is a blocker or not. And it requires some quorum to decide. And in the past, we were doing this in the meetings. And the meeting would last for 2 or 3 hours. It was really tough, and therefore we decided that maybe we could use some asynchronous process to vote for the blockers and save some time. So usually like this, you put one of the resolution, you put +1 or -1, depending whether you agree or not, whether you think it's a blocker or not, and you put some reason why you think so, and you save it. The bot will go through the comments, it would collect all the pluses and minuses, and it would update the vote summary in the beginning of the page. So you were able to see that I voted +1, and now you can see that it's been voted. And why isn't that updated? I don't know, but it normally updates. It's not yet. But it normally updates here too, so you will be able to see on this overview which blockers are voted for and which blockers are voted against. And during the meeting, we just say, yeah, we think this is the case, and it's far more quicker. Yeah, so we did that. We did that basically. Oh, we did that. And we did this too. So maybe
I can take this one. Blocking bugs are, just to summarize, issues that violate any of our criterions. For the bugs we think that are serious enough that we shouldn't release with them, we have freeze exception process, which I'll get to in a bit. The issues that don't have clear-cut winner, like plus blocker, minus blocker, get discussed at blocker bugs meetings, because there are usually some expertise needed from respective areas of their work. And blocker bugs was the most important. Hold the Fedora release until they are all fixed or decided not blocking.
Sometimes the discussion is very heated, and sometimes even FESCO must decide whether there is a blocking bug or not. And after this has been done, we make sure that Chapman does his work and to verify that John is dead. We do it by retesting the package once the update with a fix is built. So we install it and run the tests again, especially against the bug we found, but we also run the tests. Like we run the whole test case. So sometimes when one bug is fixed, another one appears. When we fix John, Paul comes and learns, or Ringo.
And once we verify the fix does indeed work and addresses the mentioned issue, it's mostly us from QA team, in some cases even users switch the Bugzilla status to verified, which is important for blocking tracking in our processes, and just again save the changes.
And when it's verified, so it means that the developers could close the bug and...
Or it will get auto-closed by pushing the respective build. So now to talk a bit about the freeze process itself. Fedora release before every release milestone, like beta milestone or final milestone, gets into freeze status, which means no new packages, no changes can land in Fedora. That means also infrastructure freezes, because we in the past had issues from infrastructure changes last minute, so this affects that too. And only bugs that were designated as blockers or freeze exceptions and accepted by us can be addressed during the freeze. It usually takes 2 to 3 weeks before the release, depending on if we delay or not. And once we get closer to a release and we have viable release candidate, we hold go and no-go meetings where we discuss release readiness with other stakeholders like FESCO, marketing, and infrastructure, and so on and so on. You want to add something?
Yeah, I would say that if the blocker review meetings are heated, so go no-go meetings are superheated, because especially when we have slipped once or twice, and then people want to release, and we are still fine blockers, and Beatles are still playing. I remember once we usually have a lead in our team, Adam Williamson, and he does the community meetings, and he takes care about everything. And once he decided to go and take some time off in the release days, you know, in that part of the process, and we were there, and we were like, oh, there are some blockers, and usually when Adam Williamson says, like, I think it's blocking, then everybody says, yeah, it's blocking. And when he says, I don't think it's so blocking, then everybody says, yeah, it's okay. And because there was no Adam at those days, so we were like, we think it's blocking, it's not blocking, we should release, we can't release. And it was, you know, like a very interesting meeting. And we didn't release that day. Yeah, there is more. It's no more Beatles, however.
So the testing of Fedora relies on a bunch of different types, styles, and areas of testing. It starts with individual testing of users, testing their respective packages, areas, us, the team, going through the test cases. We also do organized testing, like test days and test weeks. If you are interested as a user or engineer about organizing those, feel free to ask Sumantro, if you can wave, who organizes these events. We have thoroughly defined test cases for all of the blocking areas, so every release criterion has associated test cases with exact steps how anybody can test the respective area. And we are testing across the entire operating system, which can get pretty complicated sometimes. And manual testing provides great variability, which is something we call exploratory testing. So we tell users or ourselves, our colleagues, to try to break things. And on the other hand, compared to automated testing, it has limited test coverage. And it doesn't require too much of a knowledge. And the one point I would like to show is updates with Karma.
Before you show that, I think that manual testing is a great entry level for any newcomers that are interested in helping to test Fedora, because those test cases are prescribed, so they just can open them and follow them step by step. They don't need to know much, and they could learn a lot by doing the tests. They can learn a lot about Linux and about how Fedora works.
And Karma testing begins with you enabling the testing updates on a stable Fedora release, which you can find out how on our wiki pages by simply Googling. And once you enable that repository, install the updates as you would normally would, for example through GNOME software, you can then run Fedora Easy Karma, which is a small command line utility to provide an easy way to provide the feedback for each of the updates that are currently in the testing phase. I'll do just small showcase. Once you run it, you will see report for each of the package that you have from testing repository installed on your system. You will see the package name, you will see some notes for that update, who submitted it, and comments from other users. And if the package works for you, which you will be able to tell by its description, you can then give it a positive karma or negative one, just by typing in 1 or -1, or skip it completely. And works fine. And then karma gets sent to the where you can see the nicer UI for each of the updates. And the workflow is basically like that every package, every change that lands in stable Fedora release gets some time in the updates testing repository, and until it reaches enough of stable karma, it stays there, and so it prevents users from seeing too much of a breakage on their systems. The updates testing users are heroes we don't deserve.
Okay, we also have some automated testing, which on the opposite is something like an organized testing, not an ad hoc testing, with less variability. I decided to use the word organized, but we weren't sure whether this is a correct term. But what we mean is that we know what will be tested, when it will be tested, how it will be tested, and what the results should be exactly. We have predefined test cases. These might be the same that are predefined for manual testing, but we run them in a special testing environment called OpenQA. They provide great coverage because we test each nightly compose every day. When it gets built, we test several platforms like ARM or Arch64 or x86. We test, for example, GNOME or Fedora workstation images. We test KD images. And however, to join the automated testing and start to develop the test scripts needs some kind of knowledge. So the entry level is higher than with manual testing. So it's maybe not very easy for a newcomer or a new starter to join here in this field. But if somebody would be interested, we could help, I think. OpenQA is the automated test tool that is provided by SUSE. SUSE is the author, with Adam Williamson working with them and giving them some patches for it. It runs on Composes every day, and the openqa.fedoraproject.org is the gate to the system. So you can see that there are various products, Fedora or Fedora Arch64, and you can see the overview of the tests. Here is there are latest tests for Rawhide, so you can see the flavors. KD Live ISO is one of them, the flavors. Server boot is another flavor that gets tested. GNOME Workstation is another. Silverblue is there, and we also test Workstation Live OS build. We now have 2 ISOs produced every day. One is produced with the Lorex stuff, and the other one is with the OS build. The green dots mean that the test has passed. You can see what the test was. For example, there was a graphical weight login is just a pre-test that logs you onto the machine. But if you go to the next one, when you just put it away by yes, and you go to base package install remove. So this is a test case that installs and removes some packages. You could see that it passes. If you want to check it, if it doesn't pass, for example, and you can't troubleshoot from here, you can run a video in logs and assets. There is the video. You can take a look how it works.
It's very fast, the video recording.
In Firefox, you can slow down the video a little bit, but
and also this testing makes more sense for like graphical applications, graphical environments, because it's literally clicking in the same way as user would click through some applications.
So you could you could go back a little bit, and you could find, for example, the desktop login. No, it's notifications. It was one above. Desktop login also passes, and if you run the video, you will be able to see that what the test machine does is it basically moves the mouse and clicks on locations as a normal user, a regular user would do it. How does it know where to click? You have an image with some metadata telling you what is the correct spot in the image, and this is called a needle, and according to the needles it will know where to click. If it can't find the needle, so it throws out an error and dies, which sometimes creates false positives, of course, because maybe the font changes or the color changes, and then it thinks the needle isn't there. This is usually very easy to recognize, and you could fix it quite immediately. If you still get failures, then probably it's something else.
And also these kinds of tests make it possible for us to have so many blocking deliverables and release quickly, because without this automation help, it won't be possible to meet the milestones in required criteria.
I think you can stop it. I just,
Yep.
Could you just come back a little bit, just one page back, and click on details, and then click on graphical weight login, for example, but this time, yes, the link. You can also see the test script here. It's basically Perl with some OpenQA methods, and it's very easy actually to write a test case that would be tested by OpenQA.
If you have some workloads that you would like to have automatically tested, feel free to come to us, ping us, get in touch, and we'll integrate your tests, tests for your workloads in our OpenQA tool.
Yeah, I would just say it's easy to start with OpenQA. The problem is that how the Fedora repository is structured, it requires you to follow some steps, and so that if you want your tests be merged into the Fedora stack, you would need to follow some guidelines and procedures. But if you just want to run your own OpenQA instance, which is also very easy, and I have written several guides how to do it. They are online somewhere. So you can just go ahead and set up your own OpenQA instance and start testing. And in that case, if you don't want your tests to be merged into Fedora stack, you can just write them easily and without following the guidelines.
So I would talk a small bit about CI gating, which is something we have started doing in past years that helps to guard Fedora and especially the nightly rawhide releases from complete breakage. The basic package workflow is that you build it in Koji, you create an update in Bodhi, or it gets auto-created, and then OpenQA steps in, and I should be able to show a bit. I can take a look at the details package. This is one of the packages in CritPath, which you can see that our testing rejected this update because it broke some of the blocking tests. So I'm not sure if what the failure was, but these kinds of tests prevent rawhide from being completely borked or broken. On the body page, even for rawhide updates, you can see test the results for the for the requested update, and there how they end it. You can click from the body back to OpenQA and see the results and inspect as a package maintainer and contributor the results yourself. There is, as I've mentioned, there is one small opportunity for having a rawhide broken, and that's exactly once per release. When we are merging side tag from mass rebuild, this one doesn't go through the gating test, unfortunately. So these are the cases where Fedora is broken right after mass rebuilds, usually. And the basic concept of how OpenQA does the testing is it creates a repository which contains the proposed package updates and new versions, and tests it against the known stable package set. It tests its installation and updating to a proposed update. And if they pass, we celebrate. And I would like to say a few things about common bugs, which is not so well-known category of bugs we use around Fedora release. These are bugs we consider important, but not as bad that they would block the release, which usually means, as for example, that some of the hardware with the new Fedora release is broken, but that hardware is known to be to be used in just small percentage of user installations and systems. And so we create common bugs for entries for those. These are described on ask.fedoraproject.org, and there usually is written some workaround on how you can live with this category of bugs.
Yeah, the workaround is, I think it's the good thing that we provide if there is one that we test and is known to work, because then the users, if they hit the bug, and they'll probably hit it sometimes after the release, they want to know how to fix it for themselves or how to go past it, so they can read it in the common bugs. Yeah, John Lennon adds, by coming to the first Beatles show, a new groupie is born. So I hope that there will be more people coming to the Beatles show, and we'll try to get rid of them finally.
So I would like any questions and comments you would have. Oh.
Hey, yesterday we learned that the Git forge change would probably also mean that we move, at least for components, from Bugzilla to the Git forge for issues. Would all your use of Bugzilla change at the same time too?
Yeah, we are having a meeting right after this talk with a responsible team, and we are planning to figure out and somehow innovate our processes once we are moving to different dist-git solutions and blocker trackers.
Okay, and then as one of the people who's been responsible for RHEL's blocker process, I was wondering what was the reason that you have like blockers separate from Bugzilla, and are you going to maintain that in the future?
You mean the blocker, the voting process?
Yeah.
We have shown. This is just an addition from recent days. The blocker is designated in Bugzilla, and it's flagged there if it's accepted or not. And we didn't have the voting process, the separate voting process at all. We handled the voting on meetings only, which were too time consuming, especially for us in the European time zone, which was taking place till late night. So we just added it on top to accelerate votings around things that are clear cut, so we can resolve this asynchronously. And as for why we did it on Pagir instead of Bugzilla, it's been 2 or 3 years. I don't know the exact technical reasons for that decision. So probably API integration, my colleague that worked on that left 2 minutes ago, so he could have commented.
I believe that one of the reasons was that I believe that one of the reasons why it doesn't work with Bugzilla is because we didn't want to clutter the Bugzilla communication. The blocker review process has a different different discussion, so we didn't want to keep it together with the bug in Bugzilla, and we created a ticket in Pagir to communicate about whether this is a blocker or if it's not a blocker, because this shouldn't be part of discussing the technicalities of the bug itself, right? So that's probably one of the reasons.
Okay, that makes sense. We had a similar thing in RHEL where when you propose a blocker on a RHEL ticket, it makes a RHEL MISC ticket for all of the administrative stuff. And that's working really well, actually. So hopefully whatever happens, we can maintain that.
We'll see how it goes with the replacement of Bugzilla and how capable it will be to do the stuff, and we will adjust the applications to follow with it. Yeah, I think we will be able to. We have good people on our team, so they will be able to do it.
Thanks.
You're welcome. So thank you very much for coming and enjoy your flock. Jo, to je moje, to je moje, to je moje. Máš tu nabíječku? Jo.
So I guess I should. So, hi, my name is Zbyszek. I work in Red Hat in the Plumbers team, primarily systemd. And today I'm going to be talking about the merging of the user bin and user SBin directories. And this is part of a long history of, well, multiple directories to deliver executables that are part of the content provided by the distribution. So we have bin and SBin and bin and user bin, and so this horizontal split was removed 12 years ago, and now we only have the directories on the right side, and those two are links to the user directories. But this vertical split, well, it's still in place, and I want to get rid of it. And well, to talk about the vertical split, I'll have to talk about the horizontal split to kind of explain the whole story. So the story starts in 1969. You can see the PDP-7. There are some magnetic tapes. Very nice machine. If a bit limited, Unix is written. And then it gets ported, essentially written for PDP-11. And it's a huge upgrade, and there's 2 disks, 1.5 megabytes each. And well, as part of this development, the operating system grows so much that it does not fit on the first disk. And the second disk was initially intended for home directory, so it was mounted on /user, but it had to be, well, part of it was reused for the part of the operating system that didn't fit on the first disk, and we end up with the, well, so a third disk is attached, and home directories are moved to the new mount point /home. And at this point, somewhere in the middle of 1970s, we have the layout that we are using until today, more or less. So at this point, I mean, the initial reasons why the /user was used for part of the operating system made sense. It also made sense much later when the Unix standard layout was adopted by Linux. So file systems were not great, and they would break, and especially if the machine crashed and you had to reboot, there was a file system check. The file system check also happened at other random times based on time and number of mounts. And if you had, I mean, the larger the file system was, the more painful the whole thing was. And well, hardware was also not very reliable. It made sense to split things up. And then, you know, stuff happened, right? I mean, the hardware got better, and people invented journaling file systems. I had to look this up on Wikipedia. In 1990, Unix had the journaling file system. If somebody was using Windows NT in 1993, it had a NTFS, also became a journaling file system. More relevant for us is Extended 3 in 2001. The journaling file system means that if you crash, you replay the journal. You don't need to check the whole file system every time. And another very important thing is that people use initrds to boot. So with an initrd, you have a subset of the operating system that is used to mount a subset of the operating system that is used to mount /user the whole operating system. And this three-way duplication does not make sense. So somewhere in the middle of 2000s, the split of users just stopped making sense at a technical level. In the meantime, disks have gotten much larger. So the original problem was the 1.5 megabyte disk, and then, I mean, disks were hundreds of gigabytes by the time. So certainly enough to fit the whole operating system. And well, about 10 years after the technical reasons for the split went away, people decided to get rid of it. And in Fedora, this happened in 2012. There was a proposal for Fedora 17 to move everything under /user. In case you are wondering why, I mean, it's always a subject that comes up, whether it's better to get rid of /user and move everything back into the root directories, or move everything from the root directories to under user. The second option is nicer because you end up with just one directory that contains the whole operating system, and in the end, that's cleaner. And this change wasn't painless. It was there was a Dracut module that would apply the file system layout change at boot when you upgraded, and it didn't always work as designed. So this was painful, but it actually made sense to do it, because it allowed the whole system to be simplified. And this gets me to the topic of technical debt. Wikipedia says that the technical debt is the implied cost of future reworking required when choosing an easy but limited solution instead of a better approach that could take more time. The problem with the definition is that here we are talking about more complicated solution instead of a limited solution that prevents us from. So my definition for now is, well, technical debt, something that made sense at the time, but now is just, causing problems. And this gets me to today's topic of the split of bin and sbin, and user bin and user sbin, and user local bin and user local sbin, and opt bin and opt sbin, and so on and so on. So the split was introduced because we have utilities for system administration. The file system hierarchy says that utilities used for system administration and the root-only commands go into the sbin directories. And back in 1969, the split was already in place for this reason. So let's look at an example. We have the mk-e2fs command. It writes the file system structure to a partition, and to write to a partition, you need to be root. So of course, it's a root-only command. And as everybody knows, this is completely false because it can also write to a file. Right? You write the file system to a file, you boot the file system under QEMU, you never need to be root. So this original dichotomy is just not true anymore. Back in 1969, the tools were much more limited and they did much less, and this split was much more reasonable. But also the way that we do administrative tasks has changed, and back then maybe you would log in as root, do everything as root, and then at the end of the day log out. Now we try to run everything as an unprivileged user, only elevate privileges when necessary. And an important part of this is Polkit. So 2006, 18 years ago, Polkit allows an unprivileged user program to temporarily elevate privileges for a specific operation. And also very important, I mean, kind of the same idea, completely different implementation is sudo, which again, you run as a normal root, as a normal user, and you use sudo just for specific tasks. And then, so this whole idea that you have programs that would only be used by root and programs that would only be used by normal users just doesn't make sense anymore. And yeah, so this idea of SBIN is technical debt, and it causes problems. So if you try to be portable, the split between bin and SBIN is arbitrary. And if you try to be portable, different distributions make different assignments, and then you end up, well, trying, you know, like maintaining a mapping of where each distribution put the given file. And this is particularly annoying for systemd unit files, because systemd makes a big effort to be like a portability glue layer between distributions. And systemd used to require full paths for exec start and other commands, and then the whole file would be completely portable and the same on every distribution except for this user bin or user SBIN path, which was very annoying. And in fact, we have been putting bin and SBIN in path since 2008. Back then, the primary motivation was sudo, because it gets really weird if you are, if you call sudo as a normal user and you have a different path than root. And systemd sets the environment for everything it starts, so services and user services too. And it includes both SBIN and bin in the path since the very first release. So somewhere around, well, let's say 2010, it really stopped making sense to have this split. And now it's, 2024, so it's time to get rid of it. It takes a while. And what would we need to do to make this happen? The change proposal was submitted for Fedora 41. When I was submitting the talk, I thought that this would be already implemented. I will be talking about like in past tense. This is not true, unfortunately. Anyway, the basic idea is to make all the four bin, SBIN, user bin, and user SBIN, well, three of those to make them symlinks to /user/bin. And how, before I talk about the details of the merge, like a quick, intro reminder how file systems are constructed. I wasn't really aware of this until I worked on this change. So the definition of the layout happens in two packages. So the RPM package provides the definitions of the bindir and SBindir macros, and all the packages that package content use those macros to specify the appropriate, use those macros to specify the location in the file system. And the file system package provides the actual layout on disk. And when RPM is unpacking packages onto an existing file system, it actually follows symlinks. So RPM provides the official locations of files, but the actual layout on disk, which is determined by a file system, determines the actual physical locations. The merge, so the merge needs to touch those two packages and then just rebuild everything for the new worldview. And the plan was to make this, to do the whole change using just packaging changes. So there is no Dracut module to update systems, is that we have we stay entirely in the packaging layer. And it can happen gradually. So
before adjusting the file system RPM, we check which packages would have issues. We update them, and I'll talk about the details in a moment, in a way that can be done ahead of time. Then when packages are rebuilt in the new, like in the updated build route, they get modified. But at all time, you can install new packages in the old system and old packages in the new system, and systems get upgraded and modified during the upgrade. We updated the packaging guidelines to get rid of the rule to use user SBIN. But when looking at the guidelines, I also discovered that there is a guideline that remained from 14 years ago, no, 12 years ago, sorry, from the merge, that packages are supposed to install files in the historical locations. I mean, because in fact on disk it's all symlinked. Like user bin is symlinked to user bin, but if before 2012 the location was in bin, then the package is supposed to say that the file is located in bin. This is rather, I would say, complex, and almost no package got this right, even though it was right there in the packaging guidelines. So this was, I mean, both of those things were dropped. Then the SLinux policy had to be adjusted. This mostly consisted of removing stuff from the SLinux policy and saying that bin and SBIN and user bin and user SBIN are all equivalent. So a couple hundred lines of policy were removed. And then we discovered there is a whole module that wasn't active because it wasn't matching paths, but when we merged the paths, it became active, so this also had to be removed. And then the conditional fixes, and they essentially fall into two categories that kind of overlap. So if a package assumes that directories are separate, and it, for example, tries to symlink files between the directories or move files between the directories or stuff like that, it will fail to build. And if a package has files with the same name in the two directories or a symlink, then it will fail to install. And I mean, there is quite often the same packages which exhibit both problems. So we had to, apply fixes to this in a way that, I mean, it was conditionalized on the file system layout so that we can then, when they are built, everything works as expected. And another thing is that packages have dependencies between them and they use the official paths. We have a package that has a user SBIN foo. We have another package that requires user SBIN foo. And then when the providing package is rebuilt, the file moves, and the dependent package would fail to install. I mean, RPM would say that it cannot satisfy the dependency. To fix that, a little bit of packaging magic is needed. So again, we make it like a conditional thing, and we add a virtual provides in A for the old name. And we rely on the file system package to make the symlink for us. And this requires here is so that the new enough file system package is installed so that it actually provides the functionality to make the symlink. And with that in place, right? I mean, we update the definitions in RPM and the file system and rebuild a bunch of packages. And in principle, I was expecting at this point the merge would happen. And I submitted a site tag for testing, and Adam Williamson said no, because, well, there were problems, lots of problems. Well, a bunch of problems. I mean, some problems were fixed, but other problems were too much to fix, and so there's like 3 issues that were too big to solve in time for Fedora 41, so that's why the change got delayed for Fedora 42. So the first one is that Lorax has a like magic phase where it does removes files by path, and then when you change the path, it doesn't remove the files or removes the wrong files, because it's like a list of include and exclude patterns with globs. And it's a tool that builds the installation image. And in fact, this was already broken because the paths, like when people moved files in the past, the globs were supposed to remove files so that the file system does not grow too large, and the installation image does not grow too large. They weren't actually working, but nobody noticed it was just growing. And but unfortunately, in my case, it removed files like bin make swap, and then the system would not put properly. So Lorax, OS3, RPM OS3, I'm not sure where exactly to assign the blame. The tooling does not use file system. They use a different way to construct the file system, and of course this wasn't adjusted. And it turns out that, well, that then things were broken. And the third part, it was actually totally my fault. I forgot about the case where you take the new package that doesn't have any of the requires for magic for file system magic to make the symlink, because there's no other package that has requires on the path. You rebuild it so the file moves, and then you install it in an old system, and then the file moved. There is no symlink unless we install a new file system package. So as packages are rebuilt, we need to introduce a requirement on the file system version so that like partial upgrades are not broken, and I did not take this into account. So the updated plan is to adjust Lorax. This has already been done twice because there's a separate configuration for ELN. Adjust file system. This is, I mean, the pull requests have been put up. File system will have a dependency generator that will inject the right requires, and to fix the RPM OS3 tooling. It shouldn't be too hard, and I was promised it will happen. And then, well, sometime after 41 branching, try again. Once that happens, if you install a new system, then you get the new file system layout, and user SBin is always a symlink, and it's very simple. And if you upgrade the system, file system will create symlinks for individual files that are moved, and once all files have been moved and user SBin only contains just a bunch of symlinks, then it removes everything and makes the whole thing a symlink. And once that's done, systemd simplifies the paths it's set for everything, and it doesn't include user SBin anymore. So that's the plan. Yeah, and the end result on upgraded systems and new systems is that like the three directories are symlinks to user bin, and all the paths work equivalently. And right, to summarize some lessons I learned, that I don't know, Fedora is just insanely complex ecosystem. There's just many ways that people consume the content. I've been active for a long time, but I still miss things. And it's hard to change things. But if you want the change to happen, you have to communicate with people, and like verbosely and as early as possible, because, well, people have useful comments. But even with communication, is that it's not enough. Like all the problems that are that actually derail the change. I don't know. Multiple people looked at this, and it wasn't discovered until it was discovered by testing. And the testing that we have is pretty good, but it's not easy to use. Like, for example, I don't know, I would love to run the tests locally. I learned that there is a way we can make this happen, but it's Adam Williamson says that we can do a test rebuild from a COP repo, and in this particular case, this would be the way to go. So this is something to, something I didn't know a few days ago when I was preparing the slides. And site tags are wonderful because in this particular case, only 2 packages needed to be changed in dist and rebuilt, and all the other changes just were done at build time, so the site tag was dumped and the whole change was gone. I mean, it seems that it's still possible to do things. Takes a while. I don't know. Like, I'm at 25 minutes. Do I have time for questions or?
I really enjoyed this because I never knew why there were those different directories. So I really appreciate the history. The technical reasons for it obviously have changed, and for good reason. It makes a whole lot of sense to go down to one directory. Can you explain again why user/bin is a better option than just /bin?
So we like to think of the operating system as a resource, and like, for example, with the whole system being under /user, if you want the operating system to be read-only, you make this one directory read-only. The other way, you would have to make root read-only and then punch writable mounts for etc and var and maybe something else. If it's a single directory, you can do an atomic replacement. So the kernel now has like this option where you mount a new file system under an existing mount and then remove the old mount. So you can do an atomic replacement of /user. The other way, you can do it, but it wouldn't be atomic. It just fits our modern technology with mount namespaces and thinking about the whole system as a single thing better.
Just me? Not a question, but a comment. I'm very much looking forward to this because I think it makes a lot of sense, and the whole 1.5 mega division from 1971 is completely outdated now. So very much looking forward to this.
So, thank you.
So it sounds like you maybe looked into what some of the other distros are doing. Is anybody else looking into doing this?
since he has a connection with the data pool as well, so he made an RTF on that, and 200 roles. Okay. How do I make sure that these work on these
Gotcha.
out of the box?
I got this about to be in a minute, but I mean, if I can speak. Server, PRD tech spec, it defines some like key words, and we decided these are going to be the core ones that we need to have working. Okay, so what I would say is update that. Instead of roles from
Yeah, I was thinking, we just want to test the 10 or 15.
Yeah, then we can change it because we literally, that's how we started out. Like the FreeCA and Postgres testing things, you know, migrating to Fedora Server, they are the original, like, critical. That's why they're called role deploy, they control it. So we can just rewrite that and just update tests to. So whichever roles you decide, we want to decide as a say, I'm in the service security, or, critical roles, then I can go out and write them here and test those, like, that's not too difficult. So that's what I would say, the first job, check what the close up roles is, and then I'm going to open a ticket on the OpenQA test, to say, let's have tested this role. Yeah, we can do that, like, after I get this meeting, sometime tonight, or sometime we can find some space. I'm here till something. Oh, I'll be here till, Sunday as well, so let's find some time. Come up with a draft. Yeah, it's good to see you in person. Thank you. And thank you for all the work we do. We appreciate it.
It's nothing
to realize it. Yeah.
That's the sort of thing I want to talk to you about, because when you look at Fedora now, it's basically kind of informal. That's the form you reflex, and then you can still run the parameter and the form and create a kind of object that is then we will do. But transforming that into legs, function shoes, would greatly simplify a lot of stuff. And it's not only your process, it's a process that we have real engineering and everywhere else. The question is to how we define the common ground. What are the groups of variables and tags and all that stuff? How do you categorize the artifact from your point of view? This is QA. So there's a package, right? Then then the compose image.
That's flow down from packages, yeah. And then like we have a bunch of arbitrarily set up blocking variables that's listed in text free form somewhere.
Start somewhere, I suppose.
I said, if he does that, I quit. So, I guess we'll find out.
So from the perspective of, there's an issue tracker, right? It's just generic issue tracker. What would the ideal state be, or close to the ideal state be for workflow? And it's also fair to say, sorry, issue tracker is not the right tool, if that is the case.
In what context? I mean, are we talking about like just diskette, like a tracker for packages? Are we talking about like, for example, like combining package.io and diskettes into one thing, or are you deliberately keeping it open?
I'd like to deliberately keep it open for the moment, but ideally, they would be the same thing. Like there would be, the packages, diskette packages would exist in, in the Git forge, and have issue trackers associated with them. And there would also be, source related stuff that have their own issue trackers associated with them as well. But we'll be open to, hey, that doesn't work.
Can I actually just, we haven't said that, but because of time is short, what are we trying to achieve out of this? Give people a half an hour break here.
My idea is to have a better idea of what you do migrate to the new thing?
Because what we have is a list of cases we know about which are going to need to get migrated.
Yes, I see them in the
Yeah. And then one thing I want to be clear about is that these aren't necessarily QA things. They're things we happen to know about that are going to need migrating, whether it's us telling you about them or something else, right?
That's right, yeah.
Be able to make sure. We just try to think of everything we know about that needs moving. I don't know if we have an ideal vision, right? Because we don't want to do it. Yeah. It's hard to imagine from a completely
yes, but if you
blue
look
sky.
at the generally common ground both solutions have, there is a general issue data associated with a report. And
Here's what I would try to look at it. Here's the requirement, right? So that's what we have. We would like you folks to go and tell us, hey, these things can be global, or these things cannot be global, right? Or these are some of the things which can be challenging. So if you come back and tell us with that, then probably we might have a discussion which will be forward-looking. Then rather we just start to open up things like, okay, we need this, and then, start imagining things like, okay, we don't know.
so for I'm looking at it, it seems that most of the tools will give us simulation to do the same thing, which is the kind of free form in the field with the English letter. They don't have, none of them have customizable forms. So it's one big in the field with the one. And you can have whatever text structure you want. That can be specific to your group. Let's call it, let's say we will create a QA group that will have their own set of tags. So you can use to manage all the issues in the computer that you want. Or you can have a general one, it will be all the tags for all the databases, and you can then manage general. I think it would be simpler for us to divide us to working groups, and let's have a QA interface. It will be yours, so that it will be something you can do there directly.
May I just interrupt and ask, like, if we had our own QA namespace, would we be able to
Isaac, my man. Hello, hello, hello.
Anybody who's Mexican knows. Dengue fever is a... They mentioned this on the race. It's not an easy issue. It's a big issue. Yeah. But now, it's good. Yeah, it's good. Thank you. I'd say you are there. This point.
Less than a minute. Yeah.
2 minutes or?
Less than 1 minute. It's Oh. Awesome. Cool. All right. It's 4 o'clock already. Thank you for being here. I'm grateful to be here. I almost didn't make it because of, but I'm gonna talk about my experience in participating in this event in Los Angeles for some time now. First of all, who am I and how I ended up here? Well, I'm a software engineer. I work for a company called Softec. Hola amigos, I know you're watching. Doing DevOps things. I am a promoter, an enthusiast of free and open source technologies. I've been contributing to Fedora since 2008. At the beginning, most of my interactions were with, of course, the Mexican community, also with the LATAM community and North America, probably due to my geographic location. You might recognize some of these guys from back in the day, from LATAM and North America. This was taken at my first Fedora conference in Tempe, Arizona, back in 2011, when I attended the FoodCon. And that bearded guy next to me used to be an ambassador for Fedora. His name is Larry Cafiero. He talked me into attending the conference known as Scale. So later that year, I was able to attend my first conference. But what is the Scale? It is short for Southern California Linux Expo. It is an event that grew out of a series of Linux user group fest to become the largest community-run open source and free software conference in North America. There are other events that are much bigger, but they are running by institutions, vendors, and are more commercial. It is held annually in the greater Los Angeles area, and Fedora has been participating since its 4th edition back in 2006, or at least that's as far as I could go back in time. You can see photos from that event. Larry, I don't know if you know Karsten Wade, Tom Calloway is in the booth behind that little head. John Stanley joined us for several editions. And it consists of talks, exposition floor, keynotes, lightning talks, workshops, collocated events like KubeCon LA, DevOps LA, Fedora Activity Day, and stuff like that. Also social activities. In the links below, you can find more information. So how did Larry talk me into attending a Scale? He told me that it'll be good, not only for Fedora, but for the conference, because given the large population of Spanish-speaking people in the area, it'll be good to have people that speak Spanish, because we receive a lot of visitors, guided visitors, and also media outlets, television stations from the area that speak Spanish, and they need someone to promote the conference and Fedora in Spanish. So I gathered some data to see how Larry was, if he was right about that theory. And here is some of them. This is just geography, it's not politics. Actually, that is my badge from one of the editions, and it reads, "Please contain your impulse to discuss politics with me," because in the previous edition, out of nothing, people approached me and started discussing with me as if I was interested. Do I look like someone willing to discuss politics at a Linux event? Well, I was not. But the Hispanic population in California is almost 40%, according to the latest census. And it increased 11% from the previous census. And that 11% is more than the general California population grew in that period. So it is quite a lot of people there. I found this graph in which depicts the percentage of Hispanic or Latino population in the US. And for example, the first one in the top is the population of McAllen, Texas. And it means that 92% of the population in McAllen is Hispanic or Latino, so practically everybody. El Paso, Texas, which is my neighbor from my hometown, is 82.9%, a lot. And at the level of the arrow, you can see the Los Angeles, Long Beach, and Anaheim. Just those counties. We're not taking into account Orange and Burbank, many of them. That is 45.1%. It is estimated that in those three counties, the population is 12.8 million. So 45% of that is 5.8 million. So a lot of Latin population. So actually, there are only 5 cities that have a population larger than 5.8 million, and those are the capitals of Mexico, Colombia, Peru, Chile, and Argentina. They have more Hispanic population even than Madrid, right? And that means that by proportion, if I promote Fedora in Los Angeles, By proportion, I reach more people that I can do in any of the Mexican cities. And my hometown is in the Arrow, Chihuahua. It has nothing to do with the dog, but I put it in there anywhere because I knew you would be wondering. The second one in the list is Tijuana, which, by the way, we get a lot of visitors from Tijuana, which is great due to the distance. It's pretty short, but we can reach Tijuana, and of course other big cities like Monterrey and Isaac. That's my man, Guadalajara. All right. Okay, those numbers are cold, but the effects are warm. Because whenever you encounter someone from another a member of your minority, there are some positive effects. For example, an increased sense of belonging and validation, stronger social support and solidarity. You can serve as a mentor or as a role model. If this guy could do that, why can't I do the same, no? And probably not applicable, but collective action and advocacy in defending common interest, rights or interest, right? So this t-shirt that I'm wearing right now and the one that is in the slide, I tried to use it on Saturday, in the day of the conference, because Saturday is the busiest day for Scale. And I have noticed for some years now that people read Mexico, Fedora Mexico, and they automatically approach, oh, you're from Mexico? Yeah, I'm from Ecuador. Awesome. Do you want to know what is Fedora? Or I'm from, my parents are from Guatemala. Awesome, cool. Are you already using it? It is like, I wasn't expecting to see someone from a speaking Spanish minority, right? So that is a positive effect that I have noticed when I just let the people know that I somehow speak Spanish, right? But yeah, Larry was right. There are a lot of attendees. In the photo in the left, we have a guided visit organized by the conference, and most of the students were from a Latino background. And in the right, we have been interviewed by a local tech media, right in the booth, right? Carl, I mentioned San Antonio and you missed it. Good. So you might be wondering, has the language been an issue? And I'll say no, not the language itself, because you can express or communicate an idea with the level of domain of the language that you already have. You may achieve to transmit your ideas, right? But there is this other thing called the paralanguage, which involves the tone of your voice, your expression, and it's very tied to your culture. We Latinos like to hug and high five, and we yell and we laugh and we kiss hello and we kiss goodbye, and that's us. But that does not imply that other cultures are willing and to do that. So it has not been an issue yet, but you have to be careful with that. In the picture, it is a picture taken in the conference. The guy in the top right, that is being served, considered the father of the network that supports the internet as we know it right now. And he was demonstrating some communication issues at the beginning, might not have much to do, but it is taken from the conference. So what has worked well for us? I think that many things. Back in the day, when we gave away CDs and DVDs with the Fedora image, they were very well received by the people. Actually, many people stepped by our booth just to grab a copy of the latest Fedora edition and to tell us that they like them, they use them, they collect them, and they wanted to have a DVD of Fedora. I know that the DVD days are gone now, but back in the day, that worked well for us. Also, we have diversified what we have on the booth for displaying. Sometimes we had one laptop per child laptop that attracted many people. Tom Callaway took a 3D printer for a few editions, and they were very, very popular. Whenever we demo the Fedora Music Spin, people stand by our booth to play the guitar or the piano or whatever. It's been very popular. And the last edition, we had a laptop with Fedora Silverblue, and we had a container with the Windows Pinball game, and a lot of people was nostalgic. Oh, is that Windows? No, it's pinball running in a container in an immutable desktop. That worked well. We're a community. We are not a big vendor, so we cannot raffle big stuff like other vendors, like some other have Nintendo Switches and stuff like that. We're not. But the mugs that you see at the registration desk are very popular. People appreciate them, and they gather for the raffle. We have also give away some power banks, and they have a lot of acceptance. The Fedora Activity Days, that is something that we did for some editions. We have a room like this with pre-configured activities for newbies and sysadmins and for system administration, or to create a collaborative application between the attendees. And that is something that worked well for us. And I think that people appreciate that whenever they approach our booth, we're always willing to listen and try to resolve their doubts. Whenever we're unable, we try to point them to the right channel or people who is able to assist. So I think these are some examples of what has worked well. And also collaborating with other teams like Red Hat, CentOS, GNOME, and other communities. Sorry. Or so the people said. I think it has worked well, but we have been recognized with this award by the vote of the people. The first one, it's for most memorable experience for visitors and attendees. Most interest display at scale. And the trophy reads Best Cheater, which I like to think is something good. I hope that there is another connotation than the one that I know, because cheater in my limited language means something bad, but well, we got that as well. So what are we planning for future editions? We have some ideas. We're gonna try our best to bring the Fedora activity days back to the scales. This implies an extra logistics because we need a room, we need activities, we need power outlets, all that it takes, and they come at a cost as well. So, but we need to figure out a way to bring them back. Also, we would like to increase the Fedora presence in the scale by leveraging the local groups, Linux groups, and academic groups in the area, because we need not to renew, but to refresh the presence. This is a banner. When I was working on the presentation, the news came up, and Matt suggested, and so President Biden confirmed, we need fresh voices and younger voices. Oops. Not to replace us, but to refresh us and complete us. This is something that we are looking to do with the local activity, the local communities. Encourage Fedora contributors to apply for call for papers so we can have better chances to have Fedora related talks in every editions. We have had presence for a lot of editions, but we need to apply for more. Also, we might start supporting other similar community-run events like the Texas Linux Fest. That is something that we may want to start considering. And all of the ideas that you can share are very, very welcome. I think that's all that I have. That's a wrap. I highlighted from the board that we use at the booth, and this is a picture that I share because in the last edition, when we were at Scale, the call for papers for this conference started, so it is announced in the dashboard. And we have our batch request. Don't bothering picture that because it has expired. But yes, this is what I wanted to share with you. Anyone has any question? No.
I'm wondering. Oh, go ahead. I got you. Okay.
I'm wondering how are you connecting with the local Linux users groups in terms of Fedora? And then secondly, not as a question, but we do have the ability to create some workshops using AWS resources, and have you thought about working in terms of those? So love to collaborate with you there.
Okay. Yeah, for the first part of the question, yeah, the three guys from the right, they are local to the area, and two of them work in academics, so they are very active in the area. So this is the way that we are thinking to expand. I couldn't do that from my hometown; it's not possible. But they are very active and they are working on that. And for the other part of the question, yes, all of the help, all of the resources can help. We just need to be very clear and to define what we're going to offer in those activity days and what we're trying to achieve. Yeah, sure.
As someone who's native to Mexico, I spend a lot of time in Oaxaca.
Okay.
And I've been very interested in how I could bring Fedora more into that community. It has been difficult for me to find maybe the right people in situations. Do you have any advice in terms of bringing that to populations that are not English speaking?
Okay. Yeah, sometimes we even us, we have a hard time trying to identify those persons. For Oaxaca, I personally know a couple of contributors. If you want to reach me by the email that I shared, I might get you in touch with those guys. And again, if they're not the right ones or active at this moment, they for sure will know where to be redirected. Yeah. Yeah. Anyone else? Give it up for Isaac and his. Thank you, guys. Exactly.
So Alejandro, when is the call for papers for scale?
Usually in late September or October.
Yeah, and so Amazon has a workshop, like a workshop framework that we can use, and we can have the workshops in the cloud, and that way nobody has to install anything on their own infrastructure or use anything that's not, that's not there, and it's free to them. So they wouldn't pay for any of the resources.
It sounds awesome.
They would just do Fedora scales, right?
Did you do it for Fedora on RISC-V?
Yeah, as soon as I have a RISC-V instance, I will do it.
All right. If you could please, if you drop me an email, we can do something for the next session for sure. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. No, I'm going to Maine with Perry. Yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing and speaking English with you.
I do that with I sing it in my own every once in a while.
So what's your incident action?
Not really, I mean.
Because I see you post a picture of
I live in Texas. I have a friend.
Another talk. We're doing birds of a feather. Fedora Server.
Oh, cool. Last time I got dengue fever.
I've been told you can handle your
Results of that. Yeah.
I did turn the handheld mic off. I don't know if you want to use that. You can just hold the button and turn it back on.
I'm like, nah.
Okay, but that mic there too. Our Galactic Sunshine. You gonna present stuff too?
I'm not sure.
We actually submitted this book. Yeah. So it's kind of improvised. Ah, okay. In fact, we would rather the attendees do most of the talk.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Does anybody know in Sway how to move a window over to the other detached window?
Isn't it like super shift and then the arrow key or whatever? It depends on your binds. Is kind of the issue.
Depends on your what?
It depends on your key binds.
I haven't changed any. It's all default. It's all default.
I don't know then. You could
Switch to
maybe
another.
put it in floating window mode and drag it over. Might be another option. Hey, there you go.
Well, I at least have that up.
Yeah, that'll work. Just like the projector's a little off. There. Well, cuts off on the other side, but that's less.
Well, it looks like we could probably get started with whoever's here. So a little bit of introduction. We really threw this together last minute. We saw an open time slot, and there were supposed to be 2 presentations, I think, for Fedora Server originally on the agenda. Peter Boy, who is the leader of our working group, unfortunately had a bicycle accident and was not able to join us. Yeah, bicycle accident with a car. He did say recently, yesterday, that he put in the channel that he is recovering well, so we're thankful for that. But you have 2 members of the Fedora Server working group here, and we thought we'd just gather together those who are using Fedora Server, maybe especially in a home lab type situation, talk about how you're using Fedora Server, what things do you love, what things would you like the working group to maybe focus on or put as goals to improve Fedora Server in the releases to come. So just have an open birds of a feather discussion.
So, I've had...
Better use the mic here.
Sorry.
Where's the button? No, he said it was off. Is it down there? Here, why don't you use this mic while I'm figuring out that mic.
Okay, so I've had a number of these discussions today about Fedora Server, and one of them was with Adam Williamson. A recurring subject of the discussion in the Fedora Server working group is how can we make Fedora QA test the roles that we use Fedora Server in, using Fedora Server as a PostgreSQL database, as a MariaDB database, a web server, a netboot. And the solution that we've come up with is using Ansible playbooks to configure Fedora Server so that it does what we want it to do, and then use AutoQA to test that this works as intended. And the end goal is to be able to ship Ansible playbooks that on release day you can just maybe configure to your liking, adding in your host names, your IP addresses, and play them, and you will get a working PostgreSQL database, MariaDB database, NetBoot server, etc., etc. This only works if we now have hundreds of playbooks. Well, we're on the verge of getting hundreds of playbooks, but there's no way that Fedora QA is going to test hundreds of Ansible playbooks to make sure that they do what they're supposed to do. So we're really looking into the what users of Fedora Server use it for, so that we can target those playbooks in particular. Over to you.
I have this mic working, so if anybody wants to talk, we bring the mic to you. All right.
I'll be the first. So my usage of Fedora Server is a bit different than traditional Fedora Server. So currently, right now, I am using actually the Asahi Linux project and basically their server image. I don't know if you guys are in any way responsible or, you know, talk between those two groups or not.
There's a person called Dion Gompa.
Yeah.
Who is a member of both groups.
Okay. Yeah. So he's the bridge then. He's in everything. Yeah. So I use that for a home server use case right now for like running, you know, like a Plex server, multimedia server, you know, basic home lab type of things, you know, at a very small scale. I've really tried to scale back the amount of, you know, VMs and other things that I'm running just because of the expensive hardware as well as other things. And I work at Red Hat, so I kind of get the option to be able to utilize our lab equipment and that sort of thing to be able to build things. So, but I mean, I think something that I've been thinking about a lot is with the advent of bootc and bootable containers and kind of the way that at least Red Hat is looking at things and trying to push things, you know, what particular use cases are you guys thinking about as far as in the server working group of like, you know, for bootc based images, you know, like are we going to continue to configure things, you know, the same way, or like what are your guys' thoughts, I guess, generally on the bootc container stuff?
So I can speak for Steve, but I just discovered the concept on the first day here when I saw the YouTube video that the Fedora project had posted. So it looks interesting. I haven't had time to sit down and reflect on how useful it could be, what we could use it for. For the record, I use Fedora Server. Well, I use Fedora as an NFS server at my home because I have a small PC running on my TV, and it allows it to stream my videos, my music, everything in the living room so that I can listen to it there. So one of the very first roles that we're targeting is NFS server and NFS client.
Yep. That makes a lot of sense because that's what people use typically is for those types of use cases, at least at home. Which, at that point, is it a home lab or is it home infrastructure that you are now responsible for to maintain as an admin?
We have a number of people who are interested in home automation and how they could use Fedora in that sense.
Yeah, I just learned about bootc today in that presentation by Dan.
Okay.
So.
Well, I'm happy to talk more about it, you know, after this talk or even during this talk. I don't want to make it all about Bootsy. I want it to be about Fedora Server. So, but I was just curious, you know, on that.
So more use cases. I actually have a need to. Well, I have a machine that I just bought, which is has a two LAN ports, and the goal is to take my ISP's set-top box, put it in one port, and have the other one lead to an internal network, which is completely separate from my ISP's set-top box, which would require DHCP, TFTPD, so that I can do installations and install virtual machines automatically, or somewhat automatically. I also have a mail server, which, you're okay. I have my own web domain, and I handle my own mail, which is a pain in the backside. Please don't do this. This made sense 10 years ago. It no longer does today.
Every time I have heard someone say I have a mail server, their next words out of their mouth is "Don't do this." God, don't. Like,
it made sense a while ago. It no longer does.
Yeah.
But I also handle mail servers at work, and that is a separate thing. So I'm still looking forward to writing playbooks for Postfix, Spam Assassin, ClamAV, and I might as well make those run on Fedora Server as well as RHEL, which is what I use at work.
I wonder if a lot of these things, like, are already, because so I'm an Ansible technical account manager for work at Red Hat, and so I'm familiar with Galaxy and basically like all of the community-based playbooks that run on every server that Ansible can be configured for, and so like there's definitely a lot of content that's already out there in the community, but I think having like good vetted content, like this is something that I brought up with Red Hat in particular, like we have RHEL system roles as a way that is like vetted content that's supported, that can do these things on RHEL, but I think like it would be good to see Fedora like have like a nice collection of vetted, like obvious, you know, almost like a RHEL system roles thing, but for Fedora, you know, for the community. So like the PF-sense type thing would be really sort of helpful in the sense, like.
No, this is the smart router thing.
Yeah, pick your favorite one, but something that's like web configurable that does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, a big part of our manifesto is making sure that people can use Cockpit as a web UI to configure their server.
I mean, is there a good solution for PF-sense replacement?
No. No. My understanding is, well, number one, you have PF-sense, you have a company behind that, and they're giving the software away for free because they make all their money off of the hardware that they sell.
Not even all of the features are free now.
Yeah.
PF-sense.
Yeah, now they've done some changes. I run a PF-sense router in my home lab, and I love it, but to try to duplicate something like that, we would first have to have some sort of software package that we could pull into Fedora that would actually give you that web GUI front end, and would help you make all those changes in your firewall rules easily. Right now, the mechanisms that we have to change your firewall rules and everything that's necessary for to turn it into a router is not easily done, and we don't have an easy interface for that. So that would really be nice, because then wherever you install Fedora Server, you could obviously turn it into a router. That'd be a fantastic thing, but I don't think there's any open source packages that we could pull in that would get us to that functionality.
I think there's a bunch of little ones. I mean, there's a whole bunch, you know, vSwitch, all this stuff, it all exists, right? It's just like pulling it all together.
gluing it all together, right?
Have you heard of OpenSense? So that's a project. Yeah.
Now, but see, OpenSense is just a fork of pfSense, well, going back, and so it's also based on FreeBSD. So both pfSense and OpenSense are based off of BSD. So you have that difficulty of crossing that bridge as well.
Going back to the Ansible roles, we have a package called Linux Server roles.
Linux system roles, yeah.
System roles.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yeah.
Which I am the co-maintainer of since this afternoon.
Surprise!
Yeah. I am, so a while back I looked at Galaxy and was trying to find Ansible roles that do what they are supposed to do on Fedora. And that is much more difficult than it seems. I think I started off with Jeff Gerling's roles before realizing that he targets RHEL and Ubuntu and really doesn't support anything else. And he stopped targeting RHEL for reasons that we don't really, yeah. Then I found another person on Galaxy who is called Robert DeBuck, who has also has hundreds of roles, but who supports Fedora on those for which it makes sense to support Fedora. So he has an EPL role, and he doesn't support that on Fedora because it makes no sense. But for those for which it makes sense, he supports Fedora. And I wrote him an email a while back asking, can I package these as an RPM and package them in Fedora? And he replied, go ahead. So now in my fedorapeople.org namespace, there's a .src.rpm. And I have built it on my machine and installed it on my machine, and I am now replacing all the contents of my playbooks with the use of his roles, just to see how it works out. That's my work these days for the Fedora Server SIG. The community, yeah. But this doesn't support stuff that we want to support, like NFS server and NFS client. And when we asked how can we add roles to this package, I was told, well, why don't you package Robert the Box roles? And that's where we are right now. We really, really do not want to duplicate all the content that is on galaxy.ansible.com. It makes absolutely no sense.
Getting a few of them that have been vetted and are just available in an easy RPM installation for folks to be able to utilize. I think that's smart because hey, it's just an RPM and I just install it. It should just work, hopefully.
So you have the Linux system roles, you have my package of Robert the Box collection, you have a free IPA, which has a set of Ansible playbooks, and they package it as an RPM in Fedora. So between all three of these packages, you already have hundreds of roles installed on your system. And the question becomes, how do we keep them up to date with changes in Fedora?
That is something that we like to work towards, though, as a working group, is that we would pick, let's say 5, just off the top of my head, 5 different roles, and that we'd actually have it in the Fedora server documentation as well. So that it would be documented, and then also a clear way of how to install and then run the Ansible playbook to create that role. And then we're hoping that, let's say if we just have 5, that gives users of Fedora Server enough of a background to say, oh, well, if I would just tweak this Ansible file, this playbook, this little bit, I can make it do this too. Or I could make it do this role, which is similar to this NFS role, but it's going to do a Samba share instead, you know, something along those lines.
I was just going to suggest that, like, the cockpit probably could use some improvements with the MD management or whatever, like, because if you're encrypting your MD, I don't think you can do that right now with it. And like adding devices or replacing them if they fail and all this stuff, right? A lot of what, I mean, I end up just using the command line for this kind of stuff, you know, MD-Atom, right? But I think there's a bunch of MD-Atom functionality that probably should be in cockpit if you really wanted to use it as like the face panel. I assume that like people running Fedora Server tend to be more MD RAID-ish than like using a hardware
Well, out
RAID
of curiosity,
controller,
what
right?
file system are you using for your RAID?
Well, it tends to be XFS, yeah, on top of it all. Right.
I run a Butter FS array.
Yeah, you get RAID 6 with that?
No, because I don't have enough disks. So it doesn't make sense. So I just do. That's what I do is I just do a RAID mirror. Just because the number of disks I'm running is 4, so it doesn't make sense to do a 6 with 4, the size disk that I have. And I don't know if they fixed it. I know for a while, I think it was RAID 5 wasn't suggested to use with ButterFS. So I think there's some RAID levels not suggested to use. Who's using Podman in their home server? Just out of curiosity. Okay. Are you using the cockpit interface? Because there is a module you can load into cockpit. You are using it, okay.
I would like to use it more. However, I tend to do unprivileged containers that are running under a different user account, which means logging, and that user account does not have a password to log into it. So because of just, I like the, you know, the bifurcation, you know, not running all of my containers as root containers, for example, you know, for certain use cases doesn't make sense. So like, I do wish that there was a way in the Podman interface on Cockpit that I could see all of the containers that are running, like regardless of which user it is. Like, that would be super helpful. I don't know how feasible that is, but I think that that would be convenient. Like, maybe my use case is odd, you know, because the types of things I'm doing are typically like things that you do like on OpenShift clusters where you know, run it under an you know, like you run it in its own namespace, like in its own unprivileged section, you know, things. But like, yeah, that's one of the huge benefits that I like about Podman is that you can run your containers as rootless, and as long as they don't need access to specific, you know, host-specific things, then there's no reason to run them as root, you know. So yeah, that's how I've been utilizing Podman, at least in my own home lab stuff.
Anybody else want to chime in on how they're using Fedora Server and if there's ways that we could look at improving Fedora Server in the future? From the default install to first setting something up?
The default file system is still XFS, right?
It is, yeah. Default file system is still XFS. Yeah, so I have my main root drive is XFS, and then I have a array of 4 disks that is ButterFS that I attach to as home. In my home lab.
The BTRFS people from Facebook sometimes come onto the server mailing list or into our weekly discussions and ask what would it take for you to move to ButterFS by default, and we tell them, well, we would need a very compelling reason to do this, and we haven't figured out that compelling reason. I suspect the compelling reason will be, well, everybody else is doing it, so we might as well do it as well.
I just looked at the Archwiki, which has a giant red double against it running ButterFS by E-Rays. I don't know if that's still a Livestream true, but yeah, it appears to be very
Yeah, I mean, I can see the reason why you would continue to run XFS on Fedora Server is if you're trying to keep things, like, not that Red Hat rules the world necessarily, but like, since Fedora is the upstream of Red Hat, you know, that, you know, trying to, like, if someone is working on something and they just want to use a Fedora box and don't want to deal with all the subscription management stuff that you have to do to get a frickin' Red Hat server set up these days.
So I suspect this was the initial reason we defaulted to XFS.
Yeah.
This was back in 2011.
Right.
And we've never changed it because we need a compelling reason to change it. So
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think the only thing that I dislike about XFS in comparison to other file systems is, like, I believe, if I recall correctly, you can't shrink an XFS system. You can only expand it in size, if I recall correctly.
You can shrink it, just not online.
Not online. Okay, yeah. I couldn't remember the exact compelling reason for it, but yeah, like, that I find to be kind of a paper cut. I don't even know if it's necessarily, like, that big of a deal, you know? Like, so.
the way this works on ARM boards is that we create the smallest partition possible and then expand it to fill the rest of the SD card.
Yeah.
So reducing the file system is not something that we've ever needed to do.
Right.
Yeah, the default install gives you a pretty small root partition. I always end up, that's like the first thing I do after I set up a new server is I usually expand the XFS partition to fill the rest of the disk.
Right, yep, yeah.
This is not a problem for using the install.
Right, yeah, that's also true too. Yeah, the only use cases I've thought about is like at work in particular, I found a situation where we were using a Fedora server and had XFS, and they made the XFS root partition way too big. And they had their home partition as a separate partition, and so I found myself in a situation where I was like, okay, I have to take this server down for maintenance because of the fact that I cannot shrink, you know, the size of this root partition online. So, and also there's all the other, like, I had to find a blog post in order to be able to get it to do what I needed to do, because otherwise I would have had to redeploy the server, and I was like, I don't want to do that either, you know. So that was kind of one of the things that I disliked about XFS. Like, I know it's solid as a rock, and, you know, like, it's been used for years and years and years, but it's just like you find those weird situations that you're troubleshooting with a customer, and they're like, why is it like this, you know?
So that's the image is still being built. I mean, a lot of these discussions, if you just use the install media and run it through image build, you just build yourself a custom, whatever file system on your personal image.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're deploying to, like, you know, a bunch of machines, use the base install media to generate, like, the image, and then deploy the image, right? And then I mean, the whole ButterFS versus XFS versus whatever your list of decisions are get made, you know, when you create the image.
So another question that I have for you people is, how do you get around the fact that you only have updates for 13 months and then you have to upgrade your Fedora server to Fedora N+1 or N+2?
too many situations where rolling back to a previous version of Fedora when using a bootc-enabled container or an RPM-OS tree-based container style of deployment where I run into that fear. So on my traditional Fedora mutable servers, I guess I can call them, which, you know, or just traditional Fedora servers, I tend to run -1. So like 40 comes out, okay, I'm gonna stay on 39 until 41 comes out, and then I move to 40. And I basically just stay n-1 because like then I know all of the bugs and kinks are worked out, and then I can safely move to 40.
How do you update?
Typically I just use the DNF.
DNF system upgrade,
Yeah,
upgrade,
system
update.
And I, you know, like for home server stuff, it's not as big of a deal if I don't have a backup. I just make sure my data is backed up. But like, ideally, if I'm doing this in a production context, I take a backup. Obviously, if it's a virtual server, I take a snapshot and then just move forward. So it really just depends on the workload and the use case. But that's where I'm finding it interesting that I feel less fearful to use a newer version of Fedora when I have the capability of very easily rolling it back, and it's built in. So I just go into Grub, I pick the one that I need to, and I roll back to.
Okay.
I think for myself, I guess I usually take the approach of waiting a month after a new edition of Fedora comes out before I upgrade my Fedora server. And in doing that, I think all my servers have been upgraded from 38, and my desktop's been upgraded since maybe 32. And I've never had an upgrade go bad. It's just worked every single time, which absolutely amazes me that I've been able to upgrade through that many versions on my desktop especially and not had any issues. But my server upgrades have also gone flawlessly, and everything just comes right back up after the upgrade, after a DNF upgrade. So for me, I guess I've been always impressed with the quality of our upgrades in the Fedora community from release to release.
The horror story that I've had is I had an upgrade go bad because my power went out while I was doing an upgrade. Shit out of luck for that. It's an act of God, sure, but it is a very real concern to have, when you're doing an update, and it could take a while sometimes too. So that's.
And to say that does sometimes come back. I mean, I used to server on one of the machines I tested it, kill it, power it off, or change my mind halfway through it a few times. And, it's surprisingly robust.
I've had that happen too. I think I've had a power failure during one upgrade, and it still upgraded successful after it powered back on. I was just shocked to no end. Yeah.
I don't understand how it's that resilient.
Yeah, I don't understand it either. I don't understand how it's worked that many times so well, but I usually have a hard drive failure that I have to reinstall that causes it anyway, because I'm using old hard drives. In my home lab, I just throw together whatever I can that other people have been throwing away, so.
Well, this Butterfest, that's a part of the MD management thing. Like MD, you just pull a disk, put another one in there, and then resync it.
And so far I haven't had to do that with the latest array that I put together, but yeah.
Part of this whole disk management, I mean, scrubbing and smart monitoring, I don't think over there either, right? Because I have custom cron jobs that scrub stuff and send smart notifications. So as soon as you start to get soft errors on the disks, I'm swap it. Right? So having that stuff, I mean, that's predictive failure for storage kind of thing. Software messages that probably should be a big red stop sign in the little cockpit.
Yeah, and like you said, I don't know if you actually I don't think we get that warning right now in cockpit.
No, I mean, this is all check the logs kind of stuff.
Yeah.
On the respond status. Right? There's nothing really looking for the logs for those kind of failures.
I don't think so.
At home, I use a DNF system upgrade, and it works. At least until now, it's worked flawlessly for me. At work, where I work with Red Hat Enterprise, I've taken a page out of the DevOps playbook, and I do not upgrade my servers. I create new VMs with a new version. And since we have load balancers that are pointing to the virtual machines, I tell the guys who are working the load balancers, just point to the new servers. And after a while, we take down the old one. And the good part is that migration is instantaneous.
I think in an enterprise use case, it's, you have a lot of options of things that you can do. Like, for my use case with Fedora, as a home server or just like test servers and stuff like that, like the home server lives longer, so I have to be a little bit more careful with that. But like the test servers that I just spin up for a little bit just to test something out, like they don't have a life cycle long enough to where I'm like, oh yeah,
You need to upgrade to
right,
yeah.
right, exactly. And like some of the workloads I've even been doing too have mostly been in like Fedora containers as well. So it's like one of those things as well. Those have even less of a life cycle. So it's like one of those things where, upgrading from version to version, it really just depends.
Technically, we're out of time, but I don't think anybody else is using this room, so I don't know if anybody has any other things that you'd like to share with the Fedora Server Working Group. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Manuel did a good job of telling you kind of what we're most excited about right now, which I think are those Ansible playbooks.
Maybe we can tell people how to get in touch with us.
Yeah, that would be good.
After the... Yeah.
So yeah, well, I'm Mo West in the Matrix server group. So if you want to get a hold of either one of us personally, you can get into the Matrix server. There we have our own channel on the Chat Fedora project.
In the project's namespace, there's a server channel. That's where I am all the time.
Yep. And Peter Boy is usually there. He's kind of the leader of our group.
Yeah.
And
we have a weekly meeting, which is in the Fedora meeting channel.
On Wednesdays.
On Wednesdays. I have no idea what the time is.
It's noon Eastern Standard Time.
Okay.
Or no, 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So, from 1 to 2. So we have weekly meetings. So we love to have other people join the working group and help with different tasks and testing different configurations out. I think there is quite a bit of interest in maybe expanding Fedora in the home server because it's not, Fedora Server is not really mentioned in the press a whole lot for home server stuff. It'd be neat to kind of see that in the tech space, that Fedora Server gets mentioned a little more frequently in that area, give it a little more exposure. So certainly would be in favor of doing things that would assist with that. Well, yeah, reach out to us anytime.
Thank you.
I think it's always on.
I think it's always on, yeah.
You can't really hear folks that are in the audience super well from what I understand on the recording.
Excellent. This is where I ask, what's it take to get an LTS?
It would be nice to have an LTS, wouldn't it? Because it does feel like you just get upgraded and then a new version of Fedora comes out and you got to upgrade your home lab again.
I don't think it'll ever happen. Like Fedora, the whole point of it is that it's supposed to be kind of on the bleeding edge a little bit and fast moving. So having an LTS kernel, like one of the reasons why our project, which I'm part of the Universal Blue project, we chose Fedora is because number one, it had RPMOS tree, which is a toolkit that no other distribution had at the time, and number two, it's because of the fast kernel and the faster update cadence. And so when you're one of our downstreams for Universal Blue is Basilite, which is a gaming distro or gaming focused image. And one of the things is like having a newer kernel, having newer software, having newer packages is a big deal for
the
people.
most recent drivers possible.
Correct. The most recent drivers possible. Exactly. Because new devices are coming out all the time, and so yeah, it's it's just definitely one of those things where I feel like if you want LTS, you know, use Debian, you know, or CentOS, yeah, is also another good option too. Like,
Yeah, I've debated that about putting the CentOS stream.
It's like a layer thing, right? It's back to the whole layer. It should just be like user choice, right? You want to be on the latest Fedora kernel, you have to update every week, or do you want to sit on
yeah, that's what I find so interesting about the boot C stuff, though, is the fact that you could theoretically, if you wanted to, with the way that boot C functions and the way that you can replace kernels, you could have a custom LTS kernel that you decide for one of the versions of Fedora, because you just build your container with that other kernel, and you do all the testing inside of, you know, common, you know, cloud-based tools. So because you're just building a container and using that as a delivery mechanism, you know, it simplifies things immensely. Like that's what we do, because Bazzite runs on handheld devices, and so for us, we actually use a different kernel, which is called the ebpf-sig kernel, which basically has specific features and things that we need and drivers to support devices that aren't otherwise already in the Fedora kernel. So, and it's literally just a command that we run in our build of our container that just replaces the kernel. So it's kind of one of those things where, like, you know, bootsy is, in my opinion, a really exciting project because it's allowing you to have more control and be able to change things, you know, that you want to have changed, and doing it simply inside of a container file in order to be able to achieve that goal. So, yeah, it's a really fascinating
How do you get over I mean, it was brought up in the presentation today, the file size though, every time you have an update.
Yeah, so bootsy is, yeah, fun, because that is an issue that we run into because we package a lot of software in Bazzite in order to be able to have an out-of-the-box experience that works well. And so currently right now, the size of our images was 8 or 9 gigs, which is huge. And the thing is that what the Podman team is working on is ZSTD chunked, which is ZST or Z standard compression. And currently, the way that Docker has done things for a long time is they use gzip compression. And the reason why Z standard hasn't taken off is because these older versions of Docker only support gzip. And so, like, thank you, Ubuntu LTS, for doing that, because you package old versions of Docker and Moby Engine in there that only support gzip. So the idea of Z standard and Z standard chunk is it's in the spec that you're only pulling the diffs of the different layers rather than all of them. So like if only one layer changed the entire thing, you're basically just pulling that changed. And so that's something that's coming rather soon, and I feel like is a very vital, important thing that you have to fix, because otherwise if you have these really large containers that you're pulling down that are full-blown operating systems with packages that are inside of them, like we already run into this problem already, that your update size is very large and it takes a while for it to chew through everything and do everything it needs to do. So bootsy and Z standard chunk is basically hopefully the holy grail. And then we have another tool that we had a contributor in our community develop called rechunk, which is basically it is a tool that reduces the size of your layers by flattening everything out. So like you're not having like these giant layers, like you're kind of like spreading out the load a bit more. So it like makes the bandwidth a lot more reasonable because you're not downloading like 2.6 or 4 gig layers, you know, like at once. You're actually kind of, you know, spreading out that load. So it's, you know, and it reduced the size of our images. We're still testing it, so it's not all of this is even done yet, but like the dream and the goal essentially is the idea of, you know, that you're doing a lot more of your, as Dan Walsh talked about in his talk, you're doing your stuff at day 0, you're not doing it on day 1 or day 2. You're doing it in your build process. And that I think is like, makes me think about like as an Ansible admin, it's like Ansible playbooks are great, you know, but we've always been targeted with Ansible to do day 2, you know, day 1, day 2 type of stuff, and now it's like, oh, we're talking about the idea of Ansible being used at day 0 to configure things, inside of this container. So it's definitely one of those things where another challenge is because it's an image, layering things on, like if someone wants to do stuff at day 1 and day 2 and make changes to their, of course we consider it an anti-pattern, but the reality is people need to do that sometimes. Like bootc is still going to support that. RPM OS tree, which is pre-bootc, is something that already supports local layering. And so for like a desktop use case in that case, unless someone wants to go into the effort of creating their own image, which nobody wants to do, they probably want to layer software that's not already in the image itself. And bootc and DNF are going to take care of that. And basically, so it's...
So if you use a bootc image though, so just thinking typical server usage.
Yep.
Where does your data layer go then?
So data is outside of the image. So like the cool thing about like a bootc based image is the fact that like you're configuring the OS components and the initial what you want Etsy to look like, but Etsy is mutable, so you can change things inside of the Etsy directory and make changes there. At least that's how it is on RPM OS tree. I'm pretty sure you have to have a mutable Etsy directory in a bootc system, otherwise it's not going to work super well. So, but yeah, like your data still goes in your home directory. So you're talking about basically anything that's inside of what, is the idea there.
I was going to ask about the chunk stuff. I mean, we've got compression ratios out of that.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen much better improvement in bandwidth, like pulling things down, and it reduced the size of one of our images by like 2 gigs, which is a lot. Like it was 8 gigs originally with gzip compression, and it went down. So it's a more effective compression.
Well, it seems that the gzip or the Z standard stuff, because I think what happened with Fedora, right, is they turned Z chunk or whatever on, 5 years ago, like 20 something. They got turned on for DNF, and now there's discussions for turning it off because it's like 2%.
Yeah.
The delta portion of it's not huge.
Yeah, actually I think that's true in Fedora 40. Did they shut off in Fedora 40?
I think it may be.
The RPM rates are gone.
Yeah, I think with DNF,
because they don't slide, right? I mean, the problem with it is it's like just reading it and trying to chunk it, like it's finding matches versus a proper deduper, which is like, oh, it's offset by 5 bytes. I'm just gonna like send you the 5 bytes, and then I'm gonna create a new chunk, right?
Yeah, I think that's the interesting thing is that I'm not as versed in the DNF side of things, and I'm not sure what they're doing in the Z standard chunk versus gzip, for delivering stuff with DNF. But I'm just seeing the improvements that we've because we've been like testing out Z standard chunks even before its release, because it's supported in Podman. It's not quite supported in bootc yet. They're still working on it, but like, yeah, we've already seen improvements for us. So like, there must be something that it's doing better in the container world and how it handles the layers and stuff like that than it does with just traditional DNF packages. So yeah, I don't know, but yeah, it's just a really fascinating space. It's just been weird because I joined Red Hat about a year ago as an Ansible technical account manager, and I was thinking, I'm like, oh, day 2 operations, do all the things with Ansible, automate all the things, make all the things, and then I learned about the Universal Blue Project, RPM OS tree, containers, and everything else. And I'm like, okay, what's all the big hubbub? I want to learn all about this. And then I'm like, oh my gosh, this might be a revolution that's happening with like we're booting containers. What is going on here? So yeah, it's just one of those really fascinating things that like I've tried to talk about this with other people in my technical like account management group, in the sense I'm like, this thing is on the horizon and no one has quite like got it and realized what the use cases are around it. But like for me, it's like you are making it so that your operators or your people that are deploying servers and stuff like that are doing it in the same way that their developers are. So you're unifying the team to have a common set of tools that they both understand. So I think that's something that's really fascinating as well, is just, you know, if you're able to get your devs and your operators to be speaking a similar language and they understand, you know, oh, I do it like this over here, and oh, you're doing it like this over here, and you're deploying containers in OpenShift, and you're deploying your traditional server workloads, you know, using bootc based containers, then it's like, oh, we better understand each other. So
I think with this, and I think we have to have more discussion on this in our working group, but
yeah.
One thing that I don't want to get into either is where we end up duplicating work in Fedora, because we have CoreOS, and we have Fedora Cloud, and then we have Fedora Server.
And we have Fedora IoT for certain types of workloads.
So you got like 4 different server type deployments, and for these different things, and I don't know. I want us to be careful with Fedora Server. Typically, we're the one that you install on that. You know, and so I don't want us to duplicate efforts and get into the same ground where maybe where CoreOS is, or where Cloud is, because I mean they're already doing the work. Why do we have to figure it all out and get Fedora Server to do it too? So
I'd rather incorporate it.
Right. I'd rather than
That's-
like if bootc makes more sense for a cloud environment, should Fedora Cloud be one?
Arguably, but I've also been installing it on Metal too. And it's like, you can create ISOs in order to be able to install a bootable container environment like on Metal, as well as in a VM, as well as in the cloud. Like that's kind of the whole thing, is like, it's, for me, it's almost kind of a replacement for the way that we've been doing things for a long time. Not to say that it is the perfect end-all be-all thing, because it has its drawbacks and its challenges as well, that things are still being worked on. But the way that I think about it, I completely agree with you that Fedora has so much duplicated effort, it drives me insane. When I started digging in and realizing, like, so,
There's 18 different spins, and they're all the same, except for like 2 lines.
Yeah, and like, that's the thing that drives me crazy, is the fact that I like the idea that if you have bootc as like this base layer, right, as like, and what it is it's basically, what does a bootable operating system generally need, like at a base level? It needs systemd, it needs a kernel, it needs other tooling and stuff like that to make it go, you know, it needs the OS and stuff, and like at a base level, those are the things that it kind of needs in order to be able to do. Like if you just install Fedora Server with just nothing, and it's just these base level things, and it's like a completely blank slate, that's what you get. And so like for me, the thought there is like, okay, if bootc container, this base level is this, then the server team can do what they want, you know, because they can build on this. The IoT team can even maybe go a step below that at layer 0 and build from scratch, because maybe they don't need systemd and these other, you know, components that most other OSs need. Or languages or any of the other stuff that they feel like is wasting space, which, whatever, it's fine. Like, we don't have to get too deep into that, but like, the whole idea for me is basically like you unify Fedora as basically the main differences between the different versions of it are just the packages that you install. Like, that's the reality. Like Fedora Server, the funniest part to me thinking about this a little bit is the fact that it's like, what's the difference if I took Fedora Server and, well, I can already install a GUI, so that's cool. Like, what's the difference? Like besides like the easy stuff, like, you know, I can install Fedora Server and use it on a workstation. It's got a GUI. I can install software the same way. Like maybe the repos are slightly different, you know, with what's available, but
The NFS server I was talking about.
Well, you know, Fedora Minimal is actually the only one that's like smaller, right? I mean, you can just install Cockpit on Minimal.
But that's kind of the thing, is like we have all of these different things that we're making, and it's like I feel like bootc might be a way to unify all these things and build on a common platform, so that, you know, like, because workstation again is not really all that much different. It's just installing GNOME, or it's installing KDE, or it's installing whatever other desktop support packages that you need in order to give it to somebody who's a, you know, normal person sitting at their computer.
I almost do kind of wish that we had like an image that was Fedora desktop
so like that's kind of what I'm trying to get at, and what's so frustrating for me in particular is we have a Bootsy initiative going on right now, which is this idea of trying to get all of these different working groups together and trying to get them to talk about like what are your needs and how can Bootsy serve those needs at a basic level, and how can you use this as a base image so that you can get the work done for your working group that you need to get done on this new model. And so like that's the thing for me, like I just find is very frustrating. Like if you guys find it frustrating that you have duplicated effort, like from an outsider's perspective that hasn't been part of the Fedora community quite as long, like I see it and I'm just like, what's the difference between IoT and IoT and CoreOS? I asked this question. I'm like, what's the difference?
Yeah, I do not know what the difference is.
Do you want to know what the difference is? IoT is basically Fedora Silverblue Server, is all it is. Which is, yeah, it's pretty much all it is the difference, because it's an RPM, from what I remember, it's an RPM OS tree based system, and so is CoreOS. But Silverblue over here is doing things and composing things in a slightly different way than CoreOS does. And it's like, man, why are we not just building all from CoreOS, one place again? Then I just keep going back to it. And I'm just like, man, we have so much sprawl and so much different things. And like, I also remember I think it was in the keynote, yeah, what Matthew was talking about how like disparate and spread out our infrastructure is. Like he showed the Venn diagram and then he showed all of the other circles with everything else. And I'm just like, but that's just like tech debt. That is just a thing, a natural evolution of an organization, and a group of how things just happen, and especially in open source, like it's different than working in a company, right? Like at a company, I can say, thou shalt do this, and if you don't, goodbye. Not the greatest way to do it, but like my point is like there's a motivate, but yeah, like people like to have a job, so they're going to listen to the directive. You can't do that in open source.
I don't know how it works because I haven't spent any time in that community, but the Ubuntu community, their community editions are, they seem to be a lot more limited as far as you can't just go off and start a new version of Ubuntu. So I kind of wonder how they can limit it if it's just coming down from canonical from above and they're just dictating that.
Yeah, I don't know.
We don't have that in Fedora because we are more community oriented. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because I've just never spent any time in Ubuntu's community.
Yeah, we have actually big character stories about this.
Yeah.
It happens every once in a while. I was looking for my Fedora capture.
Oh,
behind
no
it,
worries.
apparently.
Yeah.
So I was just like seeing what's on here, but yeah, I think that we are much more people what we allow.
Right.
Because we were just talking about the fragmentation of, because we're on Fedora Server working team, and it's like, technically we have multiple server variations in Fedora, because there's cloud, there's CoreOS, there's IoT, there's, and Fedora Server.
Now there's the new Bootsy initiative, which is hopefully trying to, but it's built on a different technology than a traditional, well, I guess not true, because CoreOS is built on OS tree as well as IoT is built on OS tree. So again, yeah, it's just fragment everywhere. Like,
Well, I think that the answer is that each of those has a reason to exist.
Oh, I'm sure it does.
I mean, I would love
Yeah.
to have less things, but
Yeah. I'm sure it has a reason to exist. It's just the tech debt and the duplicated effort that I see from an outsider perspective of realizing like what's the difference between these things.
Some people were burning out.
Right.
And need a project.
Yeah.
well, I mean, we're in this discussion because like for the Fedora 41 we added 2, 3, 4 spins like the near and cosmic or
Thank you.